Testing, testing.
Are the rest of the council gonna be here?
Yeah, on their way.
Okay.
Nobody ever arrives on time. I have councilwoman here. Huh?
What are we hiring leaders?
It's always the same. But I have Councilwoman
Yeah.
Ramos going to lead the charge. If whoever comes in, then we go on.
Yeah, but I want to do the check presentation with everyone, bro.
Huh?
Everyone.
Yeah. We don't. We can't wait until 6:30. We have to start
What time?
counting at 6:30.
That's what I mean. But why isn't this? All right. And we're together this week, right? Yeah.
Testing.
No worries, it'll be my pleasure.
I know that most of the council members, they come in as soon as they can get here.
I know sometimes getting out of work is it's a little complicated. But I
Yeah,
will,
like I had to get out of work.
yeah, it's complicated.
It's always tough. Even at 6 o'clock.
I'm gonna
Sure.
make sure that's on.
What do we have after this? What's the presentation for the scholarship?
Okay, guys. All right, look, we're going to get started.
I'm gonna shoot like a 5 minute text just to see if anybody's on their way so they don't walk in
Okay.
mid presentation.
Okay, we're going to be starting in 5 minutes. Please take a seat. Thank you.
Yeah, you did not. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this afternoon. We are going to wait about 5 more minutes. We have a few council members that are on their way. They're stuck in traffic, so we're going to give them about 5 more minutes to arrive. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon. My colleague, Councilmember Luis Collazo, has joined us as well, and Councilmember Carlos Alvarez may be joining us shortly. So thank you. Welcome to our town chambers. We're very happy to have you all here. Today is a very, very special day. We have two of our state representatives with us today. It is an honor to welcome them into our chambers. We have an amazing legislative team in Tallahassee, and it is thanks to these gentlemen that most of our projects and dreams come true. So if you can give them a round of applause and welcome them to our chambers. So they are pulling double duty today, but the first thing that they would like to address today is a tribute to two very important gentlemen that have done wonderful things in our community. They have helped us with our Veterans Committee. They have helped veterans in the town and outside of the town. Mr. Naib Hassan, who was the chairman for our Veterans Committee, and Mr. Angel Luis Vasquez, who is a veteran himself. Thank you, sir, for your service. We appreciate everything that you have done for our community. So I will pass the microphone along to our state representatives for their recognition.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's an honor to be here tonight. Thank you very much for being here. So when Representative Fabricio and I first got up to Tallahassee, one of the things that we heard of is that two members of the Veterans Affairs Committee were leaving after many years of service. And of course, we've known them for a number of years. And Miami Lakes is a very special place when it comes to Veterans Affairs and how it treats its veterans. And it really is a model that really all of Florida and certainly all of America can look to. And it's with great pride that both myself and Representative Fabricio represent this area. We also have staff members from Representative Borrero's office, who is neighboring Miami Lakes, and also from State Senator-elect Avila's office, who also wanted to be here, and both of them could not be here so early tonight. But it was important, and they wanted to send some presents to show just how important it is. So if we can ask, I'm going to call you by your rank, Petty Officer Angel Vasquez, and of course Mr. Hassan, to come up and join us, please. You want to do that one? You want to do that one first? Yeah, that'd be right.
Petty Officer Angel Vasquez. So this is our tribute. I'm going to read it for the record here. Whereas Petty Officer Angel Vasquez, enlisted in the United States Coast Guard at the age of 21, was voted best shipmate by his basic training class, and later served as a hometown recruiter for the town of Miami Lakes, far exceeding the recruiting quota and earning the 2001 Coast Guard Amateur Recruiter of the Year Award. And whereas Petty Officer Vasquez has selflessly served the United States for the past 20 years as a federal law enforcement officer, linguist, training petty officer, and morale officer, is that right? As well as being deployed to the North Arabian Gulf to work with the United States Navy in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. And whereas the town of Miami Lakes Veterans Committee is dedicated to honoring past, present, and future veterans by recognizing the service and sacrifice of local service members and providing the town council with recommendations and potential solutions to various issues facing veterans within Miami Lakes. And whereas Petty Officer Vasquez has served on the Veterans Committee since 2010, was vice chair in 2013 and chair in 2015, and is currently again serving as chair, as well as serving as the machinery technician shop supervisor at Air Station Miami and vice commander for the American Legion Post 144 in Miami Lakes. And whereas through his communities in school program, Petty Officer Vasquez dedicated his time to local youth by mentoring students from Miami Jackson Senior High School, Miami Edison Senior High School, and Booker T. Washington Senior High School. And he has also coached tackle football at Miami Lakes Optimist Park. Now, therefore, be it respectfully proclaimed that Petty Officer Angel Vasquez is recognized for his outstanding service to the United States to the Town of Miami Lakes Veterans Committee and to the youth of his community and its extended sincere best wishes in all his future endeavors. Sir, thank you so much for your service. Thank you for your service to our country and for your community. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go on with the tribute from the House of Representatives to Mr. Naib Hassan. Whereas the Town of Miami Lakes Veterans Committee is dedicated to honoring past, present, and future veterans by recognizing the service and sacrifice of local service members and providing the Town Council with recommendations and potential solutions to various issues facing veterans within Miami Lakes. And whereas Naib Hassan was appointed to the Town of Miami Lakes Veterans Affairs Committee in 2016, became secretary the following year, was elected chair in 2018, and during his tenure as chair, helped organize and execute the Jingle Bell Jog 5K, which raised over $17,000 in donations to nonprofit organizations to help veterans cope with post-traumatic stress disorder, the hanging of military tribute banners along Miami Lakes Drive to recognize and honor veteran service to the United States, and the Out of Darkness Walk, which helped to raise awareness of veterans' mental health concerns and conditions. And whereas during the 2019 governmental shutdown, Naib Hassan led the Veterans Committee in a much-needed food drive in collaboration with the Miami Lakes Auto Mall and also partnered with Chick-fil-A to provide lunch to troops at the Coast Guard Air Station in Opa-locka. And in that year, he was awarded a certificate of recognition by the Town of Miami Lakes for his service to the community. And whereas Naib Hassan currently serves as Vice President of the Miami Lakes Bar Association, a board member of the Florida Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys, and a member of the Florida Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys Legislative Committee, has assisted the Town of Miami Lakes Elderly Affairs Committee with the weekly food drives that it had during the pandemic, and has participated in multiple community food drives for those in need during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, therefore, be it respectfully proclaimed that Naib Hassan is recognized for his outstanding service to the Town of Miami Lakes Veterans Committee and is extended sincerest gratitude for his dedication to assisting others in need in Miami Lakes and its community. Congratulations. And also, just want to thank you again and just mention that they are not only great community members, but they're also great fathers, and that's something to recognize.
Okay, so 2016, I was appointed onto this by previous council member Cesar Metra, and then thereafter, Luis Collazo reappointed me on the committee as Cesar Metra had terminated his period as council member. During the time period, I had the opportunity to work with like Larry Borman, Angel Luis Vasquez, Michael Coots, Janiel La Sala, Brian Bacallao. It was individuals like that that made the Veterans Committee work. It wasn't only myself or Angel, but it was all of us working as one that made things like the Jingle Bell Jog 5K that went on for 2 years. 2018, it raised 17. The next year, we raised over $23,000. In total, $40,000 were raised for the Jingle Bell Jog and for veterans causes. So, and another thing that pretty much we brought to the town was the VA satellite office here to the town with the work of Gary Cardenas, which is still on the committee. So with that said, thank you, Alex. I can't say without enough words. Thank you for the community, for your support.
Thank you.
Honor and a pleasure to today, all of you as well. I've been serving with the Veterans Committee since 2010. I remember we were an ad hoc committee, and it was interesting because all we wanted was to be an official committee. And we finally went ahead and we finally got there. I was vice chair. Went the memorial in front of Town Hall. And now I can share the stage with this gentleman here that did a phenomenal job. We really have to give him a round of applause because Naib Hassan never served in the armed forces. He took it upon himself to volunteer to help veterans. So what this gentleman has done for my brothers and sisters from another mother is incredible. So my hat's off to you. 2010, I was originally appointed. If you ask me who appointed me, I'd be lying to you. But I definitely remember at some point I had to be reappointed, and it was back in 2018 because I walked away in 2017 to take care of some things at home. And I asked to come back, and Luis also appointed me. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing that. So with this, thank you very much, and have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you so much. We want to take this opportunity to introduce the members of our Education Advisory Board, who will be here along with the Graham companies to present some very well-deserved scholarships to some wonderful students in our community. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, so on behalf of the Education Advisory Board, we wanted to thank the Graham companies for always coming through for us, for providing these scholarships year after year. I know that they always help some great students, some great kids in our community. So with that, oh, I need to be on camera? That's all right. So I'm not a camera kind of guy, but that's okay. But like I said, on behalf of all of us, we do thank you for everything you guys do for our community and for always even supporting our events. So thank you so much.
This is a very exciting day. I'm going to try to get in the... Now that I've learned that you have to shift. Luckily, I'm short enough. Everyone behind me will be seen. You know, this is a very exciting day for me on behalf of the Graham companies. There's no... I mean, I was reflecting back probably 25 years ago. I was in your shoes. And, you know, what an exciting time. The world is really yours. And there's so much to learn and to be a part of. And it's, like I said, it's very exciting. And I feel very fortunate to be able to present these scholarships on behalf of the Graham companies and with the Education Advisory Board. So the first scholarship will be for Megan Cassell. If you can come up. Megan is going to University of Florida. Go Gators. I'm not a Gator, but I have a lot of family members that are Gators. Unfortunately, I'm married to a Seminole. My father was a Seminole, so garnet and gold is only allowed in my house. But that orange and blue, I wear it well. And we're very excited and proud of you, and congratulations. And the next student, Juliana, if you can come up. Juliana is going to University of Tennessee. I don't have family members that are there, but that's very exciting. You know, I was joking with Councilwoman Ruano, and I was talking about my daughter and being a strong woman. And, you know, nothing better than seeing two strong women in the community that are going on to college and that are going to be doing great things. And from your applications, it was clear. So congratulations. And
No, just thank you to the town and thank you to the Grams. I really appreciate it. Would you ladies like to say anything? You good?
Thank you so much and good luck, ladies. The future is very bright. Come back to our chambers and let us know how it goes. We love to hear from our students. Thank you so much. So we have one final item on today's presentation list, and it is financially by far the best, right? We want to thank once again our state representatives, Rizzo and Fabrizio, for always delivering. These gentlemen campaigned in our community. These gentlemen knocked on doors. These gentlemen promised us that they would have our backs when they went up to fight in Tallahassee, and it's a vigorous fight. I've been there myself. I've seen it. It takes a lot to bring these dollars back to our town, and I cannot be more appreciative of the hard work that you put forth and the collaboration that you did amongst yourselves to deliver these dollars to the town of Miami Lakes. Thank you so much. Come on up.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman Ruano. And so what I want to say first, before we kind of get into the merits of what the money is for, is how in Tallahassee we have a very special situation because Representative Rizzo, Senator Manny Diaz Jr., who is now running education for the state of Florida, he's a commissioner of education, to Senator-elect Brian Avila, myself, Representative David Barrero, we all work together. We work as a team. And the fact that we're able to bring this back, first of all, speaks towards the efforts that the Representative Rizzo put in with regard to these particular projects, but we all work together. And because we work together, it's something that happens rarely in Tallahassee. We're able to do very well for our community. So, number one, thank you for your support, and thank you, Representative Rizzo. Senator Diaz, who's not here with us, and Representative Barrero and Senator Avila. So because of the work done, we were able to bring these to you. Thank you.
So to dovetail into what Representative Fabrizio talked about, Senator Diaz was the sponsor of these appropriations as well, and that's why we're very thankful. And of course, we're mentioning him. He is now Commissioner Diaz of the Department of Education, and we're all very proud, and that's why he could not be here. He is around the state right now focusing on some initiatives that he's got going on. And so he does want to welcome everyone and thank everyone. And let's talk about the other leg to this stool, which is your elected officials in the town of Miami Lakes. They let us know everything that is going on in the town. Mr. Fabrizio, myself, we actually live and work around the town, so we're here every day. We see what goes on. We've been here for quite some time, and so we know what is going on day to day. But there is no stronger advocate for this town than the members of this town council, because they're on the phone with us all the time. They come to Tallahassee. Your town manager is involved. And so we know. And one of the great things also about the town is that so many of the staff members that work for the town actually live in the town. And that's a wonderful thing, and that's a wonderful feeling that we get from Miami Lakes. And it's something very special that not very many municipalities have around the state. And that's something that we're very proud of, that we get to represent a town that does have that feeling of community and family. And so with that, these particular appropriations are two. One is going to alleviate some traffic getting onto the Palmetto southbound, at 154 right under the Palmetto, and where the overpass is. And then the other one is the phase 3, the final phase for canal stabilization along the perimeter road and the canal on 170th Street. So those residents, those neighbors will finally have their banks stabilized and no longer to erode. So we're very proud to announce that. And now with that, let me just say the final thing is that even though these are only 2 appropriations, it does not mean that Representative Fabricio, myself, and now soon to be Senator Avila don't work every day on behalf of the town, because we do have other projects going on with the county. We have some drainage projects, we have some traffic signal projects that we've been working on. So those are things that also, they cost a lot. For example, one of the traffic lights is going to cost about $250,000, which is over on 82nd Avenue, and that's something that we've been working on for quite some time. And so these are things that happen behind the scenes that the council members know about, Representative Fabricio and I know about, of course, Senator Avila's office knows about, but that's something that we want you to know, that we are always here to answer the call when things are needed. And someone that just came in is Annette Hernandez, and I'd like to announce her presence. She is from Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart's office, and they wanted to have a presence here tonight too, so welcome. So with that, Representative Fabricio and I, and we're going to ask Alicia Araya to come up from Senator-elect Avila's office to present this check for $1.4 million for traffic relief on getting onto the Palmetto, and also for the canal stabilization phase 3 project. Congratulations. Please don't spend it all in one place. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And with that, one last final round of applause to our state representatives and our legislative team that does so much for this town. We thank you for coming this evening. We will take a short break before we start our council meeting.
Good evening, everyone. Madam Clerk, if we can call this meeting to order, please.
Good evening. Council Member Alvarez.
Present.
Council Member Collazo.
Present.
Council Member Diegues.
Here.
Council Member Ruano is here. Council Member Fernandez.
I'm here.
Very well. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Present.
Vice Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You all please rise for the prayer led by Angel Admesto of the Boy Scouts of America, Troop 566.
Thank you. As in all meetings, we incur the Creator to help guide us. I'd like to remind everyone that if we do not have leaders that do not respect the rights of God, the rights of the Creator, nor will those leaders respect the rights of the created. And so we call upon God to grant this wonderful council the wisdom to discover what is right, the will to choose it, and the strength to make it endure. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Angel. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilman Josh Diegues. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, I have a meditation moment with Ariel Fernandez of the Better You Minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that's growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. When I was a child, my parents took my sister and me on road trips every summer. This was a highlight of our year. We were exploring new places and seeing new things. My dad was never set on a clear path for our road trips. We knew when we were starting and when we'd be back. But the road between was full of adventure and exploring the next exit. Like our road trips, every exit on the road of life is full of great adventures. Each one is different and has its own things to explore. You may just find your next adventure is just at the next exit. It's okay to set a path, but taking an exit and exploring before heading back on the road will open you to learning new things and having new adventures. So take time and explore the next exit.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 5, the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. I have one request. Item 14B is proposed to be moved up before public comments as the next thing on the agenda. 14B. We have a presentation from students. That's why it's being moved up.
I would also like to move 14D as in dog, right before resolution 13A. They both talk about contracts regarding charter members of the town, and I want to discuss both of those at the same time.
Okay, so 14D.
Yeah, 14D right before 13A.
Got it. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions?
I'll go ahead and move the order of business as amended.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on. Item 14B.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Council members, good afternoon. It's a true pleasure to be here again. I can't seem to stay away for more than a few months. Today's the first time I'm actually not presenting on behalf of a school. I'm presenting on behalf of an organization I created. It's called Virtutum Populo, and it's a nonprofit corporation in the state of Florida dedicated to connecting youth with government and inspiring youth to be civically active and to be involved in their communities. If I can have a clicker.
Madam Clerk, do we have the clicker for the
PowerPoint?
PowerPoint presentation? There it is.
So this is going to be a really brief presentation, but just some general information. So Virtutem Populus, a student-led nonprofit corporation in the state of Florida that seeks to empower youth to live civically active lifestyles. And we try to do this through advocacy, education, as well as programming. Programming includes workshops with speakers, things like that, where we can try to get youth involved. We also have a component where we're trying to create local units, which will be clubs at different high schools throughout Miami-Dade County, in which they work to inspire their fellow peers to be more active in their communities. And so a little bit about the board. This is me. I'm the founder and the president of the board, and then we have two wonderful members who are part of the board of directors. One of them is Mr. Lopez, who is a teacher at Hialeah Gardens High School, who is very active in local government. And the other one is Ms. Adebisi, who is the law studies teacher at Hialeah Miami Lakes Senior High School. She's been teaching over 15 years, and she continuously takes her kids to state and national competitions in the areas of civics and law every year. So we're very proud to have these two board members along with us. Behind me, I have 4 lovely volunteers from Miami Lakes Middle School who are volunteers for our organization, so we're very proud to have them here as well. So what we're proposing to you today is we want to host a constitutional youth forum for the residents of the town, but also local youth from surrounding areas. It would be on September 16th from 6 to 8 p.m. That's the date right before Constitution Day. Constitution Day is on September 17th, which is a Saturday, so this would be a Friday night. So we're currently in the process of getting a wide array of guest speakers. The event would focus on the U.S. Constitution, the Florida Constitution, as well as how local town charters affect us, and specifically how the Constitution affects young folks like us. And so we're currently having some talks, potentially with St. Thomas University, to get a professor from there to be the keynote speaker. But we also have a high school student, incoming senior, who participated in a national competition about the Constitution, who will be giving a presentation. And we would love to even have potentially one of the town attorneys if they want to talk about the charters. So we can work on the speakers. We want to have some finger food, some activities, since this is targeted for middle and high schoolers. We want to make sure it's engaging and that they're involved and that they don't fall asleep while the people are speaking. And just some general education. A lot of kids are not as informed in the Constitution as they should be, and it's a big part of our government and of getting out there and being involved. And so what I'm requesting permission for today is to host right here.
What's up, guys?
Someone on Zoom needs to mute.
Thank you, Councilman.
What the fuck you gonna do, bitch?
I know, and you, I think.
Thank you very much.
So what we're requesting permission for today is to be able to possibly host it in this facility right here. I think it's a great area to host an event like this. There's a lot of seating available, as well as space for speakers to present on their items. And that's what I'm here to ask permission for you guys today. I don't know if there's any questions, comments, concerns. I'm free to answer anything that you guys may have, and I hope that you guys will approve to host this event right here in the heart of Miami.
I love dicks.
Whoever is doing that online, you really need to stop. There's children present here. Thank you.
Mr. Acosta, if you can just, as time progresses, I'm in full support of moving forward with this item. Just give us updates, how you can register, what's the best way to, as a high school principal, middle high principal as well. This would be a great invitation I'd like to extend to my students, and I'm sure the rest of the council in the different capacities working with schools in the community. probably would appreciate just so they can spread the word and help have this be a packed house. And I think it's more than ever now. I think it's important for us to educate our youth on civic education and be able to do this prior to Constitution Day. So.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. And so we're planning on registering through Eventbrite. So once we have that up and running, I'd love to share that. We're also exploring collaboration with a local foundation that may be able to sponsor some of the food, as well as we want to give away maybe pocket Constitution books if we have the funds for it. So I'm doing my best to make this as best as an event as possible. And so I'll be sure to update the council via email with the flyer once that's up and running. Thank you.
Well, I'll make a motion to allow for the use of the town hall on, what was the date, September 16th?
16.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion on the item?
If I may, through the chair?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Maurice, you are always on the right track. Thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you to the students that are joining you. If we can please ask our IT department to mute the participants on Zoom. Thank you so much. This is exactly what our governor is trying to do, and our commissioner of education. Civic engagement, civic education is what our youth needs to be more involved in. We need to know what our rights are. We need to protect ourselves today and in the future. And this group of young students are the ones that are going to do that for us when we are in our old age. So keep up the great work. I will fully support this endeavor. Thank you so much.
Mayor. No, thank you, Maritz. Thank you to Virtutum Popular. You guys are doing an incredible job. I know the goal is to have one of these in every single school in Dade County. So I know if anybody could do it, it's you all who are highly engaged. So I look forward to Constitution Day. I know our town attorney, our deputy town attorney, wanted to participate and help you guys out. So they both told me today that they wanted to volunteer to help move this forward. So it is true. He did tell me that earlier today. I'm full support. Great job, guys.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you for bringing the item forward.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. All right, now we're on to, well, did you want to open reorder?
If it's okay with everybody, I just wanted to reopen the order of business for a second. I just had one item I needed to pull.
I'll move it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. That's item 10B that I just wanted to pull from consent. Item 10B, I just wanted to pull that from consent. Were there any other deferrals, additions, deletions? I know you guys did this already, so I appreciate you guys
Yes, Mayor,
opening it
we
up.
are, the only other change was to add item 14D, and so it'll be heard right before 13A. And that was it. So we're on to public comments right now.
Got it.
Good evening. If you want to participate in public comments, please just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and the timer will start as soon as you start speaking. Welcome.
Hello, council members and staff. Before I make my comments, I just want to say I do appreciate and understand all the good things that you do for the town. There are some issues that we don't see eye to eye on exactly, but I do understand that you try and work very hard to do your best for the town. And now I will get on with my comments. I was out of town for quite a while, and I must say that what I've come home to witness is very demoralizing. What happened last night at Mar-a-Lago, for example, is a disgrace. And it doesn't matter what political party someone supports, because any fair-minded, objective person can see the problem that this kind of abuse of power causes. The raid on Trump's home is an example of how some of us feel about government power in general. Where, in this case of our town, where is the fair, open, and honest presentation of both sides of the question regarding the bond issue for the Optimist Park? It feels to many of us as though a power play is being orchestrated by those officials who are in favor of having the park become a sport complex. There are many of us who feel that manipulating tactics are being used to try to ensure a vote that will approve of the bond. All that we citizens have asked is that you be clear and precise about the cost and that you present the pros and the cons of the issue. That vote should be done by those whose property taxes will increase. That is stipulated by law. Those simple things, if those simple things were done, the final vote would be respected and the citizens would be resigned to the outcome, whichever way it goes. Please do not try to manipulate an outcome to your own personal preferences. That's not what we expect or want from our town councilmen and officials. I'm urging you to please be fair and be transparent and try to be very open about the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Martha Mendez, 7,000 Glen Eagle Drive. I don't know if you said item 14D. Did you mention that it's something is being moved?
It was moved up by Councilman Collazo to 13, in front of 13A.
Didn't he move A? Wasn't it 14A that he moved? I didn't hear what you said. Talk to the microphone.
There was 2 copies of the agenda that referenced. The item was placed late onto the agenda, so the order was changed. On the copy that I had, there was a memo, a sticky note saying that that item was added into the agenda. So I have a copy, and that's the copy I was referencing. It may not be the one that you have in your hand.
Okay,
But
I'm here on
both of the items, the reason I did it was because they're germane, because they both speak to contracts and they both speak to charter members of this body.
Okay, start my time now, please, because I needed explanation. I'm here on 14D, the item that was added to the agenda at noon yesterday. The mayor's telling you that you have to waive section 6.9 and 7.3 in order to discuss this item. Well, there's item 7.2 that you also have to waive, and then you have to waive me out of the way. That's the fourth thing you have to do. Item 7.2 of the resolutions 19.601, it says that a paper copy available at Town Hall for citizen to review by the close of business Thursday prior to the date of the meeting, which it was, but it didn't have that item. In the event pertinent information relating to an agenda item is missing, which it was, or unaccounted for prior to the meeting, the mayor or a council member may invoke the 4-day rule, which automatically and without discussion removes the item from the agenda at the meeting. So I want one of you to have the guts to 4-day rule this item. 7.3. If the items is necessary and an emergency, that's when you can waive 7.3. The item on the town attorney is not an emergency and it's not necessary. You must remove this item from the agenda. It's wrong. It's the wrong way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mita.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here this evening and listening to my words. And thank you for what you do for this town. I highly appreciate it. I haven't had the pleasure to meet all of you. I've met some of you.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your
And
name
my
and
name is
address? Thank
Anselmo
you.
Gill. I live at 8981 Northwest 148 Terrace, out west near I-75. Folks, I'm here to bring, I'm sure you're aware of this, but my neighbors asked me to come up here today and speak with you, representing a whole lot of neighbors, a whole lot more than is in this room right now. And I've always shied away from being here, talking and everything, but I think it's kind of very important. I know that the town is aware of, I've been a resident of this town for 30 years now. Before it was even a town, when it was unincorporated Dade County, I've always already living here. I find myself in a situation where I've noticed that the level of security, to me security is number one. In a business, in anything, security. That's why you guys got two cops right here tonight. Security is number one. When the town's security starts to go down, and it's been going down and down and down, and I come to you to tell you, hey, the citizens out to the west are asking me to come here and talk to you. This is getting ugly. Now, I kind of ignored it, even though I'm a victim, okay? I'm a victim because I have a house that's lit like an Opalaca Airport flies over and says, hey, Anselmo, we're over your house. That's how well lit it is at night. That doesn't deter the criminals. Security cameras, that doesn't deter the criminals. After all, they learned that the police doesn't even want to look at the high quality videos as to who, what, when, what time. The town has cameras all around. Doesn't matter. Zero response from the police. You guys can push the police to do results. Obviously, it's not happening. I'm just a resident. I'm a nobody. Let me tell you what's happened in the last 5 years. I have an F-350. It's not a $4 car. Running boards, electric running boards, goodbye. 2 tailgates, each one a little bit over $4,500. Disappeared. They tried to even sell me another tailgate. I identified the criminals to the police. No results. Break-ins to the vehicle, what's the sense in calling the police anymore? Nothing gets done. Okay? Nothing seems to be done. We're worried about $25 million for the town for the park. Let me go there in a minute because of property value. Okay, so as a business person that I am, and I'm not in the level of a lot of people, you always got to do one of these things. You got to weigh things out, pros. Does that mean my time's up and I got to go? My neighbor over here sitting, he volunteers his time for me, Dave.
I'll make a
move to
motion for
extend
1
your
minute.
time.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm in the middle of trying to tell you what a lot of people are telling.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, the motion passed.
My truck recently disappeared from the front of the house. Thank God I didn't come out, because I would have come out armed. When looking in detail, the criminals were three, and armed, heavily armed. Heavily armed, one guy stealing, the others are watching. So if I stepped out of my house, I wouldn't be talking to you today. I know that for a fact. This is my town of Miami Lakes. Security has gone down, 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 down. I asked and tried to find out as much as I can. Every time you put a police officer, it's going to cost the town about $250,000, or it used to. It's probably now with inflation, $300,000. But yet we're talking about spending $25 million for a park. I'm not saying no. I'm just telling you guys, use common sense and weigh things. So we don't have money for security, but we want to spend money for the parks. Folks, where's my car to go to the park? I can't enjoy the car because I don't even have a vehicle, okay? I'm telling you this only to tell you that you guys got to address this thing called security. When it was unincorporated Dade County, I used to see more police presence within the area that I live than I do now. I see very little. My neighbor here loves to play basketball outside in the street.
Gina, Anselmo said that his neighbor transferred his 3 minutes to him. So
Okay.
he yielded his time
So,
to him.
now, if you guys are going to spend the $25 million in understanding that you want to spend it in a property that doesn't belong to the town, see how you get the property to become the town before you spend $25 million into the town. that. But before, you don't have the money for security, so we're gonna spend the money. So what am I gonna go get to the park to try to get mugged if I go jogging at night or running or walking or something? Or go to a movies? You gotta live in a town. The reason why we all live in town in Miami Lakes is for safety and security. Okay, we wanna feel safe. I wanna be able to walk and around the neighborhood and feel I'm not gonna get mugged or attacked. The amount of crime happening and break-ins and this, and I know it's petty stuff, but nobody likes to be touched in their own home. You go every day and you're walking around, looking around, who's around, they teach you security and stuff like that, and now you're in your own house and you can't have peace and quiet because you come out and you're a victim, and it's not one time or two times, it's like, hey man, let's go, because the cop, I might as well leave the car in the middle of the street with the doors open. Hey, Free Willy, take whatever you guys want. All I'm saying is, don't take my conversation before you lightly. You're not doing enough, or just like, oh, we're too busy, and leaving it. The residents to the west are getting irate. They're getting irate. They're not mad, they're getting irate. I would love to say I go to the movies and I enjoy my environment around the movies. I know you have police here in the town when I go to the movies and stuff. More places to eat, wonderful, great, but you gotta feel safe. And you're doing the part to add, I hear the talk of home value. Okay, great talk, home value. Property value increases. All for that, great idea, okay? What decreases value of homes? Well, it's hard to deal with home value when you can't, it's known the amount of crime and the amount of blasting. In 30 years, I don't know how many times I've had to repair my house. Crack, 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 crack. I know you can't do nothing about that because that's Tallahassee allowing it to happen. I know I've been down this battle too many times. But the value of the homes, and then there are other people that worry about their homes and they keep them aesthetically pleasant and everything. The town can't do anything about those that, you know, Stanford and Son type homes. I'm just trying to be funny about it, but there, if you walk around our town and you drive around the town and you start to see certain houses in this neighborhood, it's gone down, 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 and the only people who can put anything or write something or ordinance or whatever is you guys to try to increase those values. And simple little thing, 87th and 154th Street, there's a big old hole in the wall. How long does that need to be there? But the town security people, you guys got to focus on that. You got to put money into the cops. If you raise my taxes for money for police, I think that a lot of your residents are not going to object. If you raise the $25 million for adding money to something that doesn't belong to us, you're opening up Pandora's box, especially right now with the amount of crime going to the west. Okay, I don't know about the rest of the town if it's the same level. I thank you for this, and I thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Thank you, Assembly.
So we have some participants that I believe we have, for sure we have one participant trying to log in. She was previously with us in the meeting and she's having difficulties. I was informed that she was going to try to call now. And I see another participant under the name of Dan. Welcome. Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Miami Lakes regular council meeting. So I have been informed by IT that one of the participants does not have a microphone, so that's really going to make it very hard. And then we have another participant that is struggling to get into the meeting. So if we can give a few minutes to wait to see if that person can try.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In the meantime, Mr. Chair, I have a comment that was dropped off with me earlier today. There was an individual, chairman of our Veterans Committee, who was unable to attend our presentation earlier, and he sent me some words to be read into the record during public comments. So if that's okay with everyone while we take this quick pause. May I? Thank you very much. These comments are from Mr. Michael Coote, chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council of Miami Lakes, staff, friends, and neighbors. Naib Hassan and Angel Vasquez, two men, both very different but also very similar. Mr. Naib Hassan, Esquire, is a federal and state defense attorney protecting the rights of citizens through due process. He is also the Miami Lakes Bar Association president-elect and was named the top 100 trial lawyers by the National Trial Lawyers Association. Mr. Angel Vasquez was an aircraft maintenance officer who served for 20-plus years in the United States Coast Guard and who now serves as Director of Maintenance Operations with the Miami-Dade County Public School System. Both Naib and Angel served on the Veterans Committee as chairpersons. Naib was a staunch advocate for veterans, and while he never served in the military himself, the town and our veterans could not have had a better advocate. His passion was fired by his personal loss, having had a family member who sadly took their own life as a result of PTSD following service in the military. Angel made a career serving in the armed forces. He is familiar with many of the issues facing military members and their families. As a result, he has been an excellent advocate for the town veterans. No one individual can be all things to all people. The hope is that we can all contribute in some way to keep moving forward, making things a bit better for having been involved. Naib and Angel have demonstrated this over and over again. We would like to thank Representative Alex Rizzo and Representative Tom Fabrizio for their recognition of our past Veterans Committee chairs. We also would like to thank our Mayor, Manny Sid, and our council members for their service and support. Lastly, we would like to thank the town manager, Mr. Ed Peterman, and his staff. We couldn't get anything accomplished without them. This is truly a team effort. Words from Mr. Michael Coote, Chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee.
I think I just saw the participant that has been trying to log into the meeting. Welcome. I just saw her briefly. I just saw her for a few seconds. She's trying again.
Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to reopen public comments once the technical issues have been resolved and we can just move along with the agenda.
Yeah, I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So that concludes public comments for today. We'll reopen it later when the folks online are able to come back on. Before we move on, I ask that the council join me in the front for a special presentation that I was not able to present, so if you guys can join me real quick. So recently we had one of our members of our town who's made an incredible impact announce that he is moving to another city, a great opportunity closer to home, so definitely can't fault him for that because that's a game changer. Quality of life is definitely always a priority. But this individual left an incredible impact here in our community. I remember when I first got elected in 2012 that we were welcomed by a $700,000 bill from FEMA. FEMA was like, listen, you guys didn't know what you were doing in 2005. We're going to send you guys a $700,000 bill. You got to pay it. So, and we were scrambling. We had so many of those types of issues, and this individual came in immediately and fixed it. And for that, I am eternally grateful. More than that, I mean, he changed my mind and the council's mind on certain things. I remember one time he said, you know what? We just had Hurricane Irma. It's what's going on is not ideal. We just came out of pocket. Our entire reserve just went to fixing and picking up all the trees in our community. What are we going to do? You know, there's no more money. If another storm hits us, we have there's no money in the coffers. And I remember he convinced us to pass a line of credit. And at that moment, you know, it wasn't popular, but it was the right thing to do. And then today, when people look back in hindsight, everybody's like, wait a second, why didn't you guys do that earlier? And there's so many different examples I give you. When we did the stormwater bond, when we've done every single financial, every time there's an audit, there's never an issue. But he's an individual that deserves this accolade. He's here with us, so put your hands together for our former CFO, Ismael Diaz. So Ismael, I'll hand it off to the council members. I'm sure they're going to want to say a few things. I have a CPA to my left, so. But, and the sinking, you're going to say that. All of you have something to say, but we have a token of our appreciation that we wanted to present to you and your family that they're here today. If you guys want to come join them, join Ismael up here. But whereas during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Diaz led the collaborative team effort which established, executed, and successfully administered the town's Small Business CARES Act grants program, awarding over $500,000 in relief funding to 51 local businesses. They did this in 2 weeks. Whereas provided essential and fundamental contributions to the Miami Lakes 2021 Stormwater Utility Bond issue, which sold out in 1 day and raised $18.26 million, an 18% premium above the stated 15.5 for the town to engineer and construct drainage improvements of the most critical need here in our community. And whereas annually awarded the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for successfully going beyond the minimum requirements of generally accepted accounting principles. And whereas administered and effectively completed the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, Hurricane Irma 3-year financial closeout process with a reimbursement rate, remember when I told you went from 700,000, of 98.85% net of cost share. That is unbelievable. And whereas implemented the Miami Lakes Financial Transparency web application, providing an open, accessible, and real-time platform of the town's financial data, thereby accomplishing the mission of being a leader of local government transparency. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, August 9th, 2022 as Ismael Diaz Day here in the town of Miami Lakes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is a great surprise. I never thought that all the work that we put together here in all these years will pay out this way, but we worked hard. I want to say that there is something to say about me, but there's a lot more to say about the team and about the staff and about the council, about the manager, about everyone else that supported our efforts. And I leave and I just say hasta luego. I don't say goodbye forever. You have a friend here, and this place is going to be, now it's time for Kate Grant to take this even higher than what I left it. So I want to thank every one of you for your individual characters, for the support, and for everything that you have done for me and my family. These 7 years, I will never, ever forget them. Thank you.
I know there's a lot of folks that want to say a few words, so I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues, any staff members, anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There aren't enough words to describe Ismael. Not only as a financial mind that we share, he is exceptional at his job, and the proof is in our yearly audits where time and time again the auditors come in and tell us how wonderful you are. So they are the proof. But more than anything, you are an ethical person, a moral leader in this institution. Leadership, when we have our young children that come in and they are interning with us, or when we have new staff members that come on board, Ismael guides them. He guides them through his faith, he guides them down the right path, and that is what makes this organization amazing. That you will always leave here. You've taught us how to do that as well. We will continue with that legacy here in the town of Miami Lakes. Thank you so much for everything that you've done.
I'll be brief. I think the mayor covered a lot of my points, that I would have said. When I came on board, we were dealing with the 700,000 shortage as a result of Hurricane Irma, and I could not think of somebody better to be at the helm of our financial department while that was going on. Your tenacity, your patience with the federal government and with our state partners as well, your persistence with them, it all paid off, and to the benefit of our taxpayers. So you're going to be a hard person to replace here, but we wish you the best. I certainly do. You've always been great with me whenever I had a question. I'm going to miss your emails. Remember to fill out the survey around audit season. But again, thank you for your service. Yes, so I'll get the emails, but But again, you were my first CFO that I got to deal with, so I'm very appreciative that I got to serve with you, and thank you for your service to our town.
So for me, this council started doing something recently that a lot of councils hadn't done before, which is we had sunshine meetings specifically on the budget every year. In addition to council meetings, we would sit down and talk about our annual budgets. And I was always impressed every year, year after year, how you and your staff are able to execute a budget of this size to within 2 to 5% every single year. And I was always impressed with that, and I know that that takes a significant amount of leadership and hard work from you and your staff. So we really appreciate you on behalf of the residents of the town. Thank you for everything you've done.
Imai, these are glowing reviews of you, not just as a leader, but as a man of character. Your moral compass is unquestionable, and it really sets the undertone for who you are. You have kept this ship right. One of the toughest things that we do as a council, right, and one of the most contentious things that we do is we fight over money, right, because we want to show one person that we're doing more than the other. But your balance and your character as a human being was a keel on this ship that always navigated us forward. And I think that speaks to the immense level of leadership in your heart, the immense level of leadership here in the town staff and everybody around you. So thank you so much.
And one thing that resonates with me is just your level of professionalism, right? Your compassion, how you carry yourself, whether you're discussing an item here with us on the dais or whether we're meeting with you through a sunshine, you always have kept a level of professionalism, a level of respect. And also for council members that may not be savvy with finance, you've always guided us and given us options and have pretty much laid it out for us in full transparency for us to discuss and debate what would be the priorities moving forward. So when I look at you, I just look at this gentleman, this man that carries himself with the highest level of respect and the highest level of professionalism. And you've really set a bar here, and you left it really good, right? Now it's Kay's turn to make it better. And that's an old wise person taught me that, find it, leave it better than you found it. So you definitely did that, and now the ball's on your court. And on behalf of the entire council and the mayor and myself, we are extremely gracious and are thankful for us being in each other's path in my capacity, these last 4 years. So we wish you the best. And it's not goodbye, right? I'll see you later.
Thank you. Ismael, well, I see Councilman Fernandez online.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and Ismael, I think one of the biggest moments that impressed me about you during my initial onboarding meeting, I sat with all of the different department chairs. And I, kind of started off the question the same way, tell me a little bit about your department. What do you do? And you were the first and only that said, well, if you have a couple minutes, I'd rather show you. And we got up from that table and we walked over to your department and you introduced me to all of your staff members. You gave me an overview of what your department did, and it really spoke to me that it wasn't. It wasn't about you. It was about your team, and it was team first all the way. And so that was definitely very impressive from me, and your leadership skills will definitely be missed. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Tony. So Ismail and his family, if you guys want to get in the middle, and town staff, if you can all join us for a picture with Ismail.
Ismael, on behalf of the residents of this town, I thank you. You were always as clear as glass, always ready. Thank you so much.
Congrats, Ismail. You'll be missed. All the best. Thank you, Ismail. You'll be missed. Wish you all the best. We're on to...
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, the difficulties went away. We have Ms. Claudia Luces online for public comments and anyone else that wishes to speak.
Gina?
Welcome.
Thank you. Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. Here to talk about today's agenda. Looking at today's agenda, I see about 5 to 6 items that require a waiver of rules. This council has been kind of steadfast on enforcing rules on the residents, but apparently those same rules or that same structure doesn't seem to be followed by some on our council. And I'd kind of like to understand why. Something of great importance, which is, for example, extending the town attorney's contract from month to month to a 5-year one, was placed about 30 hours ago on the agenda. Not really giving ample time to the residents or anyone else to kind of find out what's behind this. What is the urgency behind this? We've come across this issue before where we've discussed that waiver of rules should be for emergency basis. And one of the things that I would hope is discussed later on today when this item does come up, and I don't know if I've missed some of this because of the technical difficulties, so please forgive me if I have, but I'd like to know what is the urgency behind this particular item and what seems to be the problem with the recurring issue of having to ask for waivers of rules. Once again, and I'm going to bring this out, this is a clear display of rules for thee, but not for me, especially at a time where we see that our government is becoming a little bit more empowered, and it's less about the people and more about the power. So I certainly don't want to see this translate over to our local government. On a second note, regarding the Section 1 and the entry cards, I have not heard back from anyone regarding this issue. What I do know is that we have a fee, once again, of $25 being charged, and last public records request generated a balance of $104,000 in the account for Section 1, yet you're still asking residents to pay $25 for these cards. I find that absolutely egregious. Times are tough for everyone. And if I want to give my $25 away, I can assure you it's not going to be to government. I'd give it away to charity, but that should be my choosing. So once again, I hope somebody will follow up on this. If not, I'm going to continue harping on this, and we'll bring in whatever groups we have to bring in to make sure that government at this point is working for the people as the way it should be. And unfortunately, you know, it seems like right now, perhaps some of these concerns are being ignored. And final note, Ismail, I don't know if you're still there, but I would like to say farewell to you. Thank you for the many years of wonderful service, and you will certainly be missed. So the best to you, and congratulations to Kay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're moving on to our committee reports. We have the Education Advisory Board. I'll make a motion to waive the rules.
Second.
Oh, no, we opened it
No,
again.
they're
All
open
those
again.
in
Yes.
favor?
No, they never.
Let me just finish this. We're in the middle of motion. That's fine. She can come back
Yep.
right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing
Aye.
none, the motion passes. I'll bring up the Education Advisory Board after
Public
Lynn
comments.
Matos. Yep.
Hi, I just wanted to, Lynn Matos, 16340 Woodwalk on the Upper East Side of beautiful Miami Lakes, Florida. I just want to say thank you, Ismail. Your contribution to the Miami Lakes Town Foundation is beyond anything I can even put into words as I stand here. Thank you for making sure, Louis, that I didn't miss this tonight. You have been just a huge asset, and it would be my really humble request of the foundation board to let Ismail continue in his position. He's done an amazing job accounting for every single penny. Just wanted to say publicly thank you. Giuseppe and I think the world of you, you know that, and the work that you've done on behalf of the foundation is immeasurable. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Now we're going to move on to our Education Advisory Board. How are you guys?
Good evening, Mario Panera, 8825 Northwest 151st Stairs, Education Advisory Board Chair, here with Vice Chair Hector Bod and our Student Advisor, Moritz. We stand here before you today to ask you for approval to host a Town of Miami Lakes Education Advisory School Showcase. The goal of the event is to provide parents and guardians with options, showcase the different programs and resources that our local town schools have to offer to better suit the child's needs and education. The schools included in this event would be all those from the public and private residing in the town, and making no exception for Hialeah Miami Lakes due to the fact that it is our feeder pattern school. The dates that we are looking forward was October 8th, but I did talk to Parks and Recreation. There is a conflict with that date. We are working on other dates within that week, perhaps maybe during the week or on a Sunday.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Discussion. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. I just wanted to bring up, I recently had a wonderful meeting with the Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Jose Jotris. We had an extensive conversation regarding the many programs that exist in Miami-Dade County Public Schools that the greater public doesn't have any knowledge of. So if you can incorporate in your showcase, if you could perhaps incorporate some of those programs that aren't very well known, so that individuals, members of the community can capitalize on some of the things that are available to their children that it's just not advertised very well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none. Any opposed? Seeing none. The motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Hey, and by the way, you guys did a phenomenal job along with the moderator the other night for that debate. You guys made the town proud. It was awesome. So great job, guys.
Thank you.
We're on to special presentations. Our new finance director, CFO.
Yes, as we know, Ismail, the moment he gave me the, I guess, bad news that he was moving on to greener pastures closer to home, there was never a doubt in my mind of who needed to be promoted. Kay Grant has been with the town for 8 years. She has served here as the budget manager and as the comptroller, the position that she was just in recently. Prior to the town, she spent 16 years with the city of North Miami in various budget and finance positions. She attained her bachelor's from FAU, sorry for us FIU alumni. And she's also a member of the GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association. So Kay has a work ethic that is unparalleled. She has a knowledge of everything to do financial. The moment that Ismail told me that he was leaving, his number one recommendation was, you got to promote Kay. And I said, I was planning to. So I just want to have Kay come up, just so I know all of you know her, but for the public, Kay, if you could just go so people at home can see our new finance manager.
Thank you. If I may, I'd like to say a few words. Well, everybody who knows me knows that I'm a woman of few words, so I'll be very brief. It's a pleasure to partake of this segment of the council meeting tonight, but it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet because, Ismael, would you come with me? First of all, congratulations on your new position. I'd also like to say thank you. Thank you for giving me that opportunity. When you offered me the controller position back in January of 2019 to continue my career in finance, we worked closely together over the years with our team, the entire staff, and we accomplished great things. And most of all, you are a leader, my mentor, and I want to thank you very much for all of that. And on behalf of, I'm sure, all the staff, you will be greatly missed.
Thank you.
So good luck and thank you.
All right. Thank you. So you now.
Mr. Manager, thank you for the opportunity. This is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for me, and I'm really ready for it. I know that I've been with the town of Miami Lakes for 8 years, and I hope to be here for many years to come. With this position, I know that it comes with huge responsibilities and fiscal stewardship. And with that, I have every intention of maintaining the integrity, the transparency, the accountability, and the trustworthiness that comes with this position. Thank you to my colleagues and everyone who has supported me, and for all the well wishes and congratulatory messages. And I'm ready to go. As Ismail always says, onward. I'm ready, and I look forward to this journey ahead. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
So before I left, and I sent the manager the email that I was leaving and resigning, I also told him I do not want an ICA contract. I do not want to make this about money, okay? I owe this town so much, okay? And we work together so well that, and I'm pledging to you guys today, just like I said in that email, that whatever this town needs, whatever you need, whatever the employees need, whatever it is, you guys, they're gonna call me, you guys call me, and I will deliver to you guys free of cost, because I don't believe that we should monetize these things. And that is my pledge to you guys. I said it to the manager, and that's the way that it's going to be. So I am leaving today. My last day was last Monday, but I will always be available for all you guys, for UK, for the employees, for everyone. And if you need me, I'm here. If I have to come here, I will come here. I already talked to the manager over there, and I said, this is the way it is. And he was like, you know, so happy that I was able to help. So just so you guys know, we're always available, okay? And thank you.
But you know, I can handle
Of course. Of course. Of course. But you can handle it, but help is always welcome.
Congrats, Kay. Very well deserved. We are on to the consent calendar. I had pulled item 10B. I have no issues with SFM. I think they're going to do a great job. The only issue I do have with that guard gate, and maybe Jeremy, if you can come up, is there was some extra added security that was added there by the Special Taxing District Committee, and I just want to make sure it gets in there because I know we've talked about it before. There's hours in that contract. There's times that gate's going to be open. It's impossible for it not to be open, and the will of the majority of the residents there were to place LPRs there to enhance what the security is doing. So I just wanted to take a moment before voting this to understand if that is coming in because I think that combination it works great.
So yes, Mayor and Council, Jeremy Bagdon, Director of Parks and Recreation. To that extent, the approval for the LPRs did pass by the board and was planned in their budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Due to some of the delays on some of the items for newer cameras for these LPRs that won't release until October, we're going ahead and holding off until that new budget year and placing the order for the LPRs at that time. With some of those other concerns we have, the new provider, who is actually a current provider at other guard gates, actually uses a road captain for those breaks that are pre-allotted and planned for to go ahead and take a look at going to those guardhouses, ensuring there is some eyes on hand. And if you want to talk, we do have the vendor here who can talk about that. But with regards to your question on the LPRs, that is still planned, that is budgeted for within the approved budget for fiscal year 22-23. And the intended time to place the order, purchase, and receive is at the beginning of this next fiscal year.
Got it. No, that's all I want to hear. I think the residents pay for 247, and that's what they deserve. So beyond, I know they're going to be there, but there's also times they got to use the restroom. So I know it was allotted period. That's great to hear. So that is good to hear. Thanks for the update, and I'll make a motion to approve the contract.
Prior to that motion, because it was a value add that I think that they're doing it pro bono, or they're not. Can you invite the vendor up, because I think that's something that's important because it is a value add service that I think that they're going to be stipulating as part of the contract. Or if you can kind of enlighten me a little bit more about that roving service.
No, I believe, are you referring to some of the way that the new vendor handles some of their business compared to the previous vendor?
Correct.
Okay, so I believe the council members are talking about the way you guys tag using a digital recorder, as well as using that road captain on those off hours.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Christian Infante with SFM Security Services. We're at 9700 Northwest 79th Avenue here in Hialeah Gardens. So I think what you were mentioning was, so we also provide security at Royal Oaks, and we provide complimentary roving of the neighborhood. So we send captains very often to check on the officers, and as a courtesy to the community, when the captain's there in a marked patrol car with the security lights, they do courtesy roving. I'm not sure if that's what you were. Okay, yeah. So that is at Royal Oaks. Here at section. That is correct. That is correct, sir. Here at, or actually at Royal Oaks, and here at section 1, we don't log pen and paper as I think the incumbent was doing. We take with a cell phone a picture of the license plate, and that logs it into our system. Everything is web-based. We provide incident reports. I know some of the guardhouses have issues that people knock down the arms. Those are always logged in. We provide it to the town, and generally a police report is filed.
Thank you. Thanks, Christian. I make a motion to pass this item.
Second the item.
Any discussion, council? Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? See, the motion passes. We're on to the consent calendar. Any motions on the consent calendar?
I'll move the consent calendar.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to ordinances in first reading. Item 11A.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending ordinance number 21-285, amending the town's fiscal year 2021-2022 budget as amended by ordinance 22-292 and amended by ordinance 22-297, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Got it. Any motions on the budget amendment?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Discussion on this budget amendment. Does everybody here knows what you're voting on? Got it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11A. Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid. The ordinance in first reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Where my item got moved up, I see item 14D. Just want to make a motion to waive the rules for my items.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
May I, before we move forward, I wanted to ask our parliamentarian about the 4-day rule, 48-hour rule.
Our town attorney.
Mr. Attorney?
I don't have the rule in front of me right now. You can, it's up to you if you want to proceed or not. If you want to give me a minute, we'll look at the rule.
I know that we've discussed it many times before.
Right.
And I do know that it requires the item to be an emergency, so I just want to make sure that we're proceeding accordingly.
All right. Give me a minute and we'll bring the rule up.
It is section 7.3 of our town charter. I mean the special rules of order, I'm sorry.
Through the chair.
Yes, Councilman Alvarez.
Mayor, as Attorney Gustesi is looking into this, can we continue moving on to 13A resolutions, town manager employment contract?
I'll second that. So motion is to table 14D?
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Any
Yes,
opposed?
and
Seeing none, the motion passes.
Vote me, I'm a no, and I actually wanted to counter that point with another point before we take a vote.
Got it. The
I mean,
motion
strictly
passes.
speaking, on a motion to table, there's no discussion.
Yeah, there's none. It passed.
We voted it.
Yeah. So on to item 13A, council.
But just, I apologize, Mr. Mayor, just to, point of clarification for my colleague, I suspect that the point that you're going to be making is one that you can still raise, with this item, if you wanted to address the councilwoman's concern.
Our attorney said they're ready, so if you guys.
Motion to bring it back?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Mr. Attorney.
Yeah, looking at it quickly, 7.2 says you got to put it on with 5 days notice, basically. If it's less than 5 days, any member of the council can 4-day rule it. And you can overrule the 4-day rule in 7.3 with 5 votes if there's a determination that an item is an emergency. But it doesn't have to be necessary and an emergency with less than 5 days unless someone 4-day rules it.
All right, so I'd like to 4-day rule this item, and let's take this for a test drive.
4-day rule means it has to come back at a later date. Unless, like the manager, like the attorney said,
Unless it's deemed an emergency,
unless it's overridden
and,
by
o-
the
and,
council.
And it takes 5 votes.
and it takes 5 votes to consider it an emergency, correct?
But does it need to be an emergency?
It does.
Hold on.
Well,
It
it says that we have
says-
to make a determination that it is an
It says,
emergency.
an item requiring council action and not included in the agenda may be added to the agenda by 5 affirmative votes of the town council upon a determination that the item is necessary and an emergency, in which case the 4-day rule shall be waived.
So the only, and Councilman Morano, and I wholeheartedly respect that your 4-day rule, it's within your rights. The only reason I brought it up is because we're heading into a budget process, and the idea I had behind it was to appoint either Councilman Dieguez or Councilman or Vice Mayor Rodriguez to negotiate it, so when we go to the budget hearings, they can present it there. But the only reason I brought it up at this meeting is because our staff's working really hard on the budget, so to me, that's why I brought it up. So to be very honest, I'm fine with 4-day ruling it if we can wait, but the reason I brought it up was because of that. So I just simply wanted to appoint if the council wanted deemed to go in that direction, either Councilman Dieguez or Councilman Rodriguez, Vice Mayor Rodriguez, who do this type of work to negotiate this, so that way when we go to budget conversations, it's within that purview of budget talks.
No, and I'm not claiming that there's anything nefarious going on. When residents call me and they continue to harp on the fact that we are being disrespectful to them by not giving them proper notice, it resonates with me. There are procedures to be followed. There are things that are, these things are emergencies, natural disasters and things of that nature where time is of the essence. And so I don't want to continue to receive phone calls where residents tell me this was dropped on me last minute. I opened the agenda on Friday and it wasn't there. I opened the agenda today and it's there. And I understand them. We receive emails from our staff letting us know there's a new item, something different is being presented to you, but the residents are not privy to any of that information. So there's a reason why these rules are in place, and it is to give them ample time to review what they would like to say to us, and even for us to review what we would like to say to each other. So we're not giving ourselves enough time to properly do our homework and come up with what decisions we want to make up here. It's just, to me, it's insufficient time. If it were an emergency, I would have no issue with it, but I don't consider this an emergency.
So I just wanted to mention a couple things. Well, I think, Mr. Manager, if we do not take this vote now, will it give us enough time as part of the budgetary process?
Yes, the budgetary process, you can direct us to put more money in a certain line or what have you. So that's separate from this process, because this is a much more in-depth process. So the budget process, if you say, hey, we're going to fund the attorney's line at 40,000 more, we can do that. Either we'll plan for it so that when you see it at the final sunshine meeting, we'll incorporate that. But if that's the direction from this council, we'll do that. And that way, at least the funding portion of it will be there. And then the rest of it, you guys can sort out at whatever time frame you want.
So, Councilman Morano, I understand the concern. But in this specific instance, because this is just direction to start the negotiation and it's not approval of the final contract, it still needs to come back to us again at the end of the negotiation process. So if we delay this now, then we'd have to go through that process anyway and bring it back at a later date anyway. So I think the residents will have ample time if they want to come and oppose the contract when we come vote on it. I think they'll have more than enough time to do that. This is just to get the ball rolling on the negotiation process so we can meet the budgetary requirements, and then the residents can come and say, no, we don't want these attorneys around. Please don't sign this contract. We still have a bite at the apple to approve or disapprove the contract. So I would make a motion, Mr. Attorney, if we could, for the 5 votes to overrule the 4-day rule. Is that, I'm deeming it an emergency. The public comments is closed. Thank you. Mr. Attorney, is that something that we as a council can do with 5 votes?
You have the right, if she 4-day rules it, you can overrule the 4-day rule by finding that it's necessary in an emergency or whatever, but 5 of you have to vote for it.
You're basically saying to invoke 7.3.
Right.
That you're saying one of us, in response to a council member invoking the 4-day rule, would also have to invoke the bypass, if you will, of 7.3. Correct?
Yes.
By way of a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
So that is my motion, and I believe that it is necessary to bring it part of the budgetary process, and because we still have to bring the contract back again at a later meeting, a month or 2 from now, that the residents will have more than enough time to go through that contract, go through that agreement, nitpick it, do whatever they want to do, complain and say that we shouldn't do it. They have more than enough time to do that, but if we don't get the process started going, now it's going to affect our budgetary process. So I do believe it's necessary.
I have a question.
I'll second that.
I have a question through the chair to the manager. Mr. Manager, I kind of feel partly responsible for this in a roundabout way. because during my agenda briefing, one of the things that came up was, I believe during last month's, some of the manager's recommendations on what we should do with the budget. And during that agenda briefing, Deputy Town Attorney was there. And he made a very compelling case on how much more work they're doing and, you know, how the compensation wasn't necessarily meriting the amount of work that they were doing. And one of the things that we discussed during that case, and what, to your point, that the manager said that they could absolutely do, was include that compensation as part of the budget process for us to review. So it's not time sensitive. It can be done now. You can 48-hour rule. You can have the best of both worlds, right? You can start giving them direction to move in a certain posture, and you can start working on it, but at the same time, it can come back a little bit later. So there is no urgency to vote on it. This was something that the manager, myself, and Mr. Kobiea discussed during a briefing. It was just curious that the mayor had happened to bring it back as a new business item 2 or 3 days ago. But we can move in that direction. I believe that's the direction the manager was already moving towards, and it's something that I think the both can be accomplished.
But wouldn't we have to, and again, to the attorney, wouldn't we have to vote on giving the direction to the manager to do that process? So aren't we essentially voting on the item?
Point of, well, I guess I'll jump in. My view on that is that at this point he's on notice that he needs to have like a backup process in place to be prepared. So I think, you know, even though we're not giving him direction, I think he's now on notice that there's, you know, support for moving this direction, enough for him to at least have an alternative ready if we do proceed at one of the two public budget hearings coming up or the next regular council meeting.
That's fine, as long as I was under the impression that it was something that we had to vote on to give direction. If that's not the case, if it's just notice, then.
The second point, and it's to fairness, and it's to your integrity, Mr. Vice Mayor. There was an item that you put in very late, the residents balked, and you voluntarily withdrew it. And I think it's important for us to set a tone of consistency. And if we have the opportunity to be consistent, I think we should do that. And, you know, if it's a 48-hour rule, it's not an emergency, the manager's already going in that direction, there's no reason why we have to contemplate this now. I think that there's an opportunity to work in that direction.
I have no problem delaying it as long as it doesn't affect the budgetary process. So if this discussion is enough to start that process, then essentially I think we've accomplished what the item set out to do anyway.
Yeah, remember
without
that
taking a vote.
You don't take votes on the budget until the budget hearings in September. Everything else is work product. It's just working. It's just workshopping. And if the will of this council is to incorporate into the budget a certain
that
amount
goes
of
to my
money
point,
extra
right?
for legal.
What is the will of the council unless we take a vote? If we don't know what the will of the council is, unless we take a vote, we can all come up here and say, but unless there's a vote that occurs, we have not given the will of the council. So we can talk and say, but there's no vote. And that's my point.
Just to make a final point, the reason why I'm 4-day ruling this has nothing to do with the contract or the numbers or the budget or anything like that. It has to do with consistency. It has to do with rules that we apply to our residents, decorum, time constraints, and rules that we don't apply to ourselves. So every time that we sit on this dais and there's an agenda where we're waiving a bunch of different rules, I feel like I am being inconsistent. So that is my only point is on the rule of notice to our residents. That is it. I am in no way, shape, or form saying whether I agree or disagree with the item or the contract or the figures, any of that. I want to make that clear.
No, I get it. I get it.
There was a motion and a second.
I'll just put in some comments. My view is, and I understand why there's that feeling, and I do think that we get carried away with waiving our rules way too often, but we also do waive the rules a lot for our residents too. We just did it today, for example. So I just want to make sure we keep that. Exactly, you know, and so that's the part where we need to get better at it. What I will say is I'm going to vote no as far as determining if this is an emergency, solely because, again, I think the manager has enough notice that he knows to start preparing, you know, to accommodate this in the budget, even though it's not necessarily the will of the council, you know, in a legal sense, but I think he's aware. And then additionally, again, we have two public budget hearings coming up, a regular council meeting. If we need a special call meeting as well to designate somebody to negotiate the contract, we can do that too. So we have options, for lack of, or, you know, it's the first word that comes to mind, to go ahead and get this done. But, you know, so I'll vote no on that, even though I was prepared to move forward with this item today. And I guess we'll see this in September.
So I'll pull the motion to overrule it, because the manager now has sufficient notice to not make it an emergency as part of the budgetary process.
I'll second that.
The item's pulled. It's 4-day rule. We're moving on to the next item, which is item 13A. Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the Town Council of Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving an amendment to the December 18, 2018 Town Manager Employment Agreement in order to extend the term of employment until July 1st, 2023, authorizing the Town Mayor and Town Attorney to take all steps necessary to effectuate the amendment, authorizing the expenditure of budgeted funds, authorizing the Town Mayor to execute the amendment, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Any motions on the table?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Discussion, council, discussion.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot, specifically what Councilman Alvarez said at the last council meeting, and I'm just gonna throw a trial balloon here, and just see if there's any interest, you know, in terms of debating whether just to proceed with, you know, negotiating the contract for him to stay long term. I think from what I've seen here tonight, even notwithstanding the 4-day rule, it seems as if that there is an appetite, for example, to take up the town attorney's contract right away and to put it on a long-term basis, because right now they're month to month. So if we're prepared to do that now, I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If we're going to do that for the town attorney, another charter officer, we should also be looking at doing that with the town manager's contract. So before we proceed to a final vote on this and extend it, I kind of think we also should at least engage in some brief discussion as to whether or not we're also going to just look at postponing this discussion as to the town attorney to take it up at the same time we take up the town manager's contract, and therefore extend you know, his contract accordingly, or if we're just prepared to go ahead and advance the town manager's contract tonight on a long-term basis, you know, as we apparently were looking to do for the attorney. I think, again, we have to be consistent with how we treat both of them. So, you know, because again, if we're going to put the town manager, or excuse me, the town attorney on a long-term contract, and the basis is that, well, because the new council will have to deal with that person long-term, I think, again, we need to treat them both the same. So I think we need to have a preliminary discussion about how we want to approach this before we take the final vote. So I just wanted to flag that.
I just wanted to clarify something, because on why I brought up the town attorney's part. It's a little different, right? The town attorneys have been here since 2013. They've been on a trial basis for 9 years. They've been up here with 5 different councils. It is, in my opinion, completely different. They've been tested by fire. They're the only employees of our town that even when, and I think Gina's another one, even when they're on vacation, Raul's picked up his phone in Europe. I brought it up because it merited it. They've been up here for 9 years on a month-by-month basis. Lorenzo's done a great job the transition that Raul's done with Lorenzo in terms of having him here. What he's done with procurement has been amazing. That's the reason I brought it up. But they've been here with 5 different councils. Our manager's been up here primarily with 1 different council. So I do want to make those differences, because there are real substantive differences in that journey. If the manager maybe had a month-to-month, I probably would have looked at it a little different. But the reality is our attorneys have had month-to-months for 9 years, and they've earned that ability. And they've been up here with 5 different councils, with 3 different mayors, with many, many people. They've taken on a multitude. They've taken on very powerful people on behalf of this town, and they've earned that right. So that's why I brought it up. But it's apples and oranges, right? The manager deals with us in specific. The attorney deals with a myriad of issues, and you see what Lorenzo's done with procurement has been phenomenal. So I just want to make that point, because it is very different. Our current managers really dealt with just 1 council. They've dealt with 5 different councils, very different from now, and even till now, with 3 different mayors, and they've done an awesome job. But they, in my view, had merited that discussion for me to bring it up, to take them from a probation period, because that's when I was up here, the only one that was up here when they were brought up. When they first were brought up, everybody's like, oh, keep them month to month, kind of this probation period, to see how Raul does. been 9 years of probation period. They don't get any benefits. They don't get any, there's no pension. There's no nothing. But I think at the very least, they've earned, after 9 years, a little bit of job security. So that's why I brought it up. But it is completely different in scope. But I just want to make the point because I know it kept coming up, but that's why I brought it up, because they've really earned that, and they've dealt with very different personalities for a long time.
No, and I completely understand that, but where I disagree that they are apples and oranges is because when you look at the will of the council, right, which as we just went over is basically what we vote on. The will of the council when we voted on Councilmember Fernandez's item at the last meeting is that, you know, perhaps the new council should be the one to determine, you know, long-term employment, right? Because, you know, ultimately they both are still going to deal with us, you know, on a regular basis. I mean, so to me, I understand what you're saying about, you know, the difference in tenure, the proven track record of experience, but in a way that's also us deciding, therefore, that we are the ones best to equip or equipped to go ahead and determine who our charter officers should be today rather than after the election. That's where I'm just having a bit of heartburn trying to reconcile those two positions.
But there's still, even if we were to vote on a 10-year thing for them, they're still month to month. They don't get what we fire the manager tonight, we got to pay him a boatload of money via state statute and via his contract. They're still, even if we give them a little bit of job security, they're still month to month. So that just want to put it out there. I just thought that they deserved that kudos from but that's why I brought it up. So I just wanted to say it. But they, even if they were to, they're still in essence month to month. And the reality is, I wanted to see either you or Councilman.
No, and
Vice
again, I
Mayor.
completely respect you, you know, and your position there. Again, like I said, I wanted to raise a trial balloon and see what the, you know, if the council, for example, you know, just to kind of see, like, again, we're talking about extending this, but we're also talking about coming back to revisit the town attorney's contract. I guess I'm telegraphing my position, which is that they both need to share the same fate as far as whether we, you know, take them up together and individually determine when the new council is seated as to whether we're going to renew their contracts on a long-term basis or do that now. I just think that they should be treated together. I understand the experience argument and everything else, but, you know, ultimately, again, the reason why we are considering this extension is because we made a determination the last meeting that the new council should have to deal or should make the decision as to a long-term contract because they're going to have to work with these people. So, again, I just wanted to point that out there. I'm still planning at the moment to vote yes on this, but unless there's a different appetite in the council just to kind of decide now. You know, because again, I think we were ready to approve a long-term contract for the town attorney, and so, you know, if we were ready to do that tonight, perhaps we're ready to have that discussion today about the town manager's contract as to whether we're going to just decide ourselves or have a future council do it.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Any further discussion on the motion that's on the table?
I have some comments.
Councilman Coelho.
Thank you. Councilman Alvarez's comments, I've been part and involved in many different organizations, and probably somebody that I see as a cohort here with regards to managing large organizations and large budgets, maybe not to the degree that Councilman Alvarez does it on a daily basis, but, you know, whether it be a state organization or local organization handling hundreds of millions of dollars, the CEO that you want at the helm of your ship is very, very important, right? We saw the relationship that the CFO shared with staff, you know, the trust, the partnership that's embraced. I think the CEO merits the same, if not more, right? And every time that we have these discussions and every time that we have opportunities to kind of rattle that ship, I think it's very toxic. And I made my comments very clear last time. To this point, and speaking back to the leadership courses that Councilman Alvarez spoke and why his words weighed heavily on me. Today, I received a call from Mr. Gastesi. Mr. Gastesi in no way, shape, or form was advocating on behalf of this contract. He was merely saying, hey, I want to put this on your radar. I think Lorenzo Clovilla was in the room at the same time. And I asked Mr. Gastesi point blank, what do you think of us extending this and having the next council vote on it? And I think in no uncertain way you quote me if I'm wrong, absolutely not. You are the people that I work with in and day out. You are the people that are going to understand me for better, worse, for my good, my bad. We've locked horns. We may have not always agreed. I think we went over different scenarios where you may have had differences of opinion with maybe each one of us here, including the town manager and the mayor. But we've always had a healthy relationship, and I think that's what we were prepared to do here today, right? Was kind of put a stamp of approval. So that balloon that you're floating, that sentiment that Councilman Alvarez shared at that last meeting, I think is appropriate. We are the ones that have to deal with the manager, with the CEO, with the staff, right, that have to deal with the day in and day out operations. And under no certain terms have I ever heard that we should be moving in a change of direction. I think there's certain council members here, Councilman Morano at one point, the mayor, we've all had differences, right? And I think that's part of a healthy relationship. And how we resolve those differences really speaks to leadership, right? So I'm prepared to support your decision, Councilman. I think it's the right move. And if anything so now, based on Mr. Gastesi's responses to me today, absolutely no. You know, you guys are the ones that have dealt with us, and you are the ones that are best equipped to deal with this issue. So I would be supportive of Councilman Dieguez's motion.
I just wanna
not
be
the
clear, I
motion,
haven't
but of
made a
the air
motion.
balloon,
Okay.
the air balloon, the message, the blimp, whatever you're floating.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. Procedurally, there's been there it goes, right? Procedurally, there's been no motion made. I just wanted to see if there would be an appetite for a motion. So I guess I asked my other colleagues: do we want to proceed with it as it is, or are we looking to go ahead and just make this decision now?
If I may, I recall when I first sat up here, and I was in no way, shape, or form prepared to hire or fire anyone. I had no idea. I had been an advocate, a staunch advocate for this community for over a decade. I didn't miss a single council meeting. I knew all the players in the room. However, I had no idea what the interaction was going to be, neither with our attorneys nor with our town manager. So you need to sit up here and you need to earn your stripes before you make these major decisions. We have had the privilege and the curse as a council to have tackled so many things that haven't been tackled before. We have dived into a myriad of activities with our attorneys and with our manager that I didn't think I was going to tackle on this days. I didn't think that, the bridge issue was going to be so controversial. I didn't think that we were going to be, battling so many other items that have just kind of fallen on our lap. I didn't think that we were going to enter the world of eminent domain. There's just so many new things that a new council member that gets elected tomorrow, we have a candidate in the room that may get elected in November. A new council member, I think, doesn't have the knowledge necessary to make that decision. So, and I am one of the individuals that have had, a love-hate relationship with staff members and with, many people in this room, and that's part of growing, right? It's battling with each other and finding common ground, and we're like siblings, right? We have good days and we have bad days, but we are the ones that make those determinations, and I think that we are best equipped, much better than perhaps a new council in November, to make that decision.
Right. Right. So, and we were tasked with the decision of selecting the manager. And on top of the variety of things that came our way, when we're just like a deer in headlights trying to figure everything out as newly elected officials. And I want to just ask this. So, if we extend, if we add the additional contract moving forward, will that impact all the other priorities that we have going on right now, right? So will that impact the work, the campaign that has to go into the Optimist? Would it impact our involvement with the Grams and the golf course? Is it going to impact continuing to work with Baptist Healthcare and bringing the ER here, right? So there's a lot of priority items that we have that if we feel that we're going to cut ourselves short and not be able to deliver at the level that we've been delivering before, then I would kind of lean more towards extending it to 2023 July, and then kind of coming back to this, even though the majority of the body, you're going to have one newly elected official, and obviously we have another candidate across from me that's going to be between him and I. So you have the opportunity that you may have two, or you may have just one, depending on what the outcome is on November 8th. I guess my question is, will we be able to deliver all our priorities, everything that we kind of have lined up, and not be impacted by the negotiation of the contract, the looking into this, all that stuff, the extension, so yeah.
I think at this point I'm going to make a motion based on everyone's comments and just bring down the balloon and just see where we're at.
Sit it.
And just I'm going to make a motion to go ahead and just direct, I guess it wouldn't be the manager, but the appropriate member, I guess the town attorneys, to enter into negotiations with the town manager to extend his contract on a long-term basis.
What's long term? What year? How many years?
I guess
are
it would
you
be the next 3 years. No. That's currently where your contract's at now. Okay, so to enter into negotiations for a 4-year contract.
I'll second the motion.
Discussion, council, discussion.
I would like to make an amendment to the motion. Last time that the manager's contract was negotiated, it was negotiated mostly by the town attorney and the mayor. I think we're blessed to have 2 individuals that are Florida Bar licensed on this board now. I would like to add the same caveat that we were looking at in the previous contract to extend the attorney's contract, to have one of the 2 members of this body, I am indifferent to who, but to also be in the negotiations with Mr. Cobiella.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Don't hurt yourselves volunteering.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. I'll break the ice. So I just want to say I've had some time to really think about this, and what it's boiling down for me is that what's being proposed tonight is a great transfer of wealth from the working class in our society to the powerful and well-connected. I'll tell you why. The 4-year contract is worth, I just did the math right now, $1.1 million, almost $1.2 million. That's what it's worth. I did my homework. So if we vote on this tonight, we are telling the working class in our society, who work hard every single day, that our town manager, we have 2 of them, is worth a 4-year deal for $1.2 million. That is what we're voting on today. The entire package is $1.2 million. Being very clear, that is today, extending what he has today, based on what I did my homework today, based on what the council gave the raise last time. It is a 4-year, $1.2 million deal. If it comes with 2 managers, right, which we have right now, it is a 4-year deal for $2 million. That is what we're telling our community. Where the median home income is $77,000. We are telling that we're going to transfer the wealth from the working class to those that are well-connected and powerful. And if you look at the monthly basis, what we're going to be transferring over is, on a monthly basis, just for one manager, $24,282 on a monthly basis is what this vote signifies tonight. That is what we're saying. I believe there's no merit to that. For both managers, we're at $40,000 a month right now. Money could be used very well. So I am voting no, because extending this another 4 years. I voted yes on the initial one. Voted yes on the initial one. I am voting no based on merit moving forward, because I've said it very clear. There's no need for 2 managers. There's no need for these types of excesses. The more I've been up here, I've seen that it's not worth the value that we're paying. But this vote, I'm voting no, is because it's a 4-year, $1.2 million deal. We'll see what gets negotiated. It's not going to get negotiated down. It's not going to get negotiated down. One of the other challenges that I had, and I'll keep bringing this up because finance is what kind of opens up people's eyes. Talking about pensions alone. So part of the reason why I was a little bit upset when you all had raised the manager's contract is when I negotiated initially, there was always a raise in his contract, meaning he's the only employee, Alex Ray didn't even get this, who did not get who did not have to pay the state of Florida FRS employee contribution into his pension. We did it purposely so he wouldn't have to ask for a 3% of COLA every year. He asked you all. He knew that him and I, we have some differences. So he went to you all, and you all gave it to him, which is fine. But on a yearly basis, right now, we're paying this manager close to $60,000 in a side fund just for his retirement. But what this signifies tonight is a 4-year, $1.2 million deal that is not worth the price of admission. And knowing that we have two managers, it's close to 4 years, $2 million that we're paying. We could use that money elsewhere in different areas a lot better. And again, I voted for Edward the first time. I have seen things that I don't like, and I could have gone down a laundry list of issues that I have. I don't want to go down that path anymore. It's a financial issue right now. It is very clear. If you all believe he is worth a 4-year, $1.2 million deal, you should face our residents, tell our residents. But I can tell you this, I've had conversations with random residents, and when I tell them we're paying on a monthly basis, everybody is shocked. So this, moving forward, I don't think it should be, as you've seen, I brought it up once. You all didn't want to make a change for the two managers. I respect that. But going forward, I can't vote for something that is so egregious, a 4-year, $1.2 million deal. And knowing we have two managers, it's really a 4-year, $2 million deal that we're making our residents pay for this, in my view, without any merit. But to me, it's a financial decision, because we don't need that type of money in that position. And there's no chance that either Councilman Villegas or Vice Mayor Rodriguez, knowing both how they deliberate, that they'll be able to negotiate that down. But 4 years, $1.2 million is unacceptable in my views, and 4 years, $2 million is incredibly unacceptable. And I hope more residents find out about this, because when they do, people are not going to be happy, and they see that there's no collective bargaining in this town. But every time we do a survey, oh, but the manager over here gets paid this much. Yeah, but they got collective bargaining. They got this, they do that. Our town is set. Alex Ray did a great job. He trained great folks. If you look at our organization, we're set. I don't want to see 4 years, $1.2 million going forward. I personally, I know you guys didn't want to do an internal search. I feel that we should give a shot again to Ana Garcia, J.C. Jimenez, Harold Brown, and even Ismail. But that's all for you all to decide. But tonight, my vote is on a financial basis. 4 years, $1.2 million is unacceptable.
Thank you. And
Councilman Fernandez has been online for a while.
Sorry, yeah, if I may. So I'm going to be voting no for a completely different set of reasons. I was moved with what I heard about, consistency regarding the previous item, and how, the majority of us, myself included, felt that, maybe 2 days notice on that item as to whether or not to renew the town attorney's contract was sufficient notice, and so we decided to move on and not pursue that here. And now we have this item, and we're essentially doing the same thing with even less notice, right? Now we're pulling a long-term extension, on the table with no notice, right? So nobody's tuning into this meeting because they were expecting a long-term, extension. What was advertised was here before you, and this is precisely the reason that I introduced this item during the last meeting, because I wanted to avoid having this set of protracted discussions along the way without giving the opportunity to whoever came in, but B, going down this self-deprecating process of just creating friction between the council and the manager at a time where we need to be focused on the budget, we need to be focused on Optimist Park, we need to be focused on the myriad of public safety, the myriad of priorities that we have, and making a determination on the town manager right now is or the town attorney is not at the top of my priority list. And I think if we do that, we're setting ourselves up for failure by doing this now in a way that was not advertised ad nauseum, to the residents. Like, the resident that went to sleep after the last item went away with, okay, so the council, made a good decision by punting the town attorney's contract, and then 15 minutes later decided to move forward with a 3-year contract for the attorney, for the town manager. And so I don't think those two things are I don't think they're consistent. I don't think it's correct. I'd rather see this item, come back with more notice. If what we want to do is a long-term extension, then let's talk about it. If that's the will of the council, then let's talk about it at the next meeting, and let's forego the extension. I really thought that doing this extension at this time would be helpful, but if the will of the council is to move forward, I urge you not to do it tonight.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. Any further discussion on this, Councilman Villegas?
I just wanted to push back slightly on the description of this as a transfer of wealth, because again, this is par for the course. This is a routine matter that happens. The value of the contract, the 2 managers, is something that we've had time immemorial. Right? So I strongly take issue with this idea that I'm somehow participating in some social experiment, trying to transfer money from one pocket to another. That is not what this is. So I take very strong offense to that. I think the reality is that, the residents, if that's the case, if they're surprised, today, and that's the new basis why we're going to try and go to one manager and we're going to try and, can Ed, I think that, they're going to be very surprised that all the times that we've had 2 managers and renewed their contracts and everything else. I just take very strong issue with that. I don't think that's fair to any of our colleagues. I just really have an issue with that statement. Now, to Councilman Fernandez's point of view, it maybe it is appropriate or more appropriate to take up both contracts then in September, and take them up and decide jointly, are we going to move forward with those or not? But again, I want to hear from my colleagues on where we're at with that. It seems as if there's at least 3 ready to proceed on both of them, and to vote to advance it. But and so I'll defer to the mayor.
But Councilman Villegas,
if I could just throw in a little wrench in the thought process, and I haven't decided if it's a good one or a bad one, but I think I should make you aware of it. Keep in mind that the town attorney is an indispensable part of the town manager selection process. So doing both at the same time, could create, if both are extended, it creates no scenario. If one is extended and one is not extended, it could open a can of worms. So just a wrinkle to put in the back of everybody's minds. That's when I went down the road of, maybe we should tackle them concurrently. What stuck out is, if we do so concurrently, then it presents issues in the town manager selection process, should we decide to go down that path.
So, Councilman Villegas, I just wanted to address that. I am in no shape or form saying that you're transferring money from somebody's pocket, but it's perceived like that from our hardworking residents who their household income is $77,000 when they hear that a city manager is getting extended 4 years, $1.2 million. It's not your fault. It's the reality. I do want to address the deputy manager stuff because I addressed it before online, and I know maybe it lost some thoughts there. Alex Ray never had one. The only reason he brought one in, and he told me this organization does not need one, but the only reason he brought one in was for succession planning. So when he brought in Andrea, he always said, look, even if you guys don't pick Andrea, I need to leave somebody that can run the organization. And then when Andrea left, he had Tony, and the same exact thought. I was always under the perception. We always knew, and I knew, Ed could not, day one, needed somebody to help him. Tony was there day one, but it's been 4 years. How many more years do you need training wheels? And that's my challenge with having 2 folks. This organization was never meant, the only reason we added it to the budget was Alex asked us, he said, I need to do succession planning. So that's why it came up. So I want to just make a mention of that. But And the reason I brought those numbers up, because I think numbers are what opens up eyes. If we move forward with this today, that's where we would be. 4 years, $2 million to have 2 managers. And the reason I said the transfer of wealth, the medium household income, $77,000. When they hear that we're paying one individual close to $25,000 on a monthly basis, folks' eyes open up. And that's for the total package. So I just wanted to make a note of that. I won't go down the list. I hope, whatever you guys decide, but my vote tonight is based on those financial circumstances. When people hear this, I think a lot of eyes are gonna open up. So just want to make a mention of that. Vice Mayor.
Yeah. So I'm going to be a no on this amendment to the item because of what Councilman Fernandez said. We just waxed poetic about how we can't do things with enough notice, and there's not sufficient notice to bring up the attorney's contract, and it's not fair to the residents, and 4-day rule, and all this stuff. And all of a sudden, we're agreeing to a 4-year contract. Bring it up in September. I'm not saying I'm for or against right now. Bring it up in September. Bring it up in September where there's plenty of notice and everybody can talk about it, because what we were planning on voting on, right? And is the July extension that we discussed just last month. So I'm just saying that it looks inconsistent. Our positions are inconsistent if we do one, if we punt it on one, and then we now vote on the other one.
Yeah, I'm going to be a no on the amendment as well. I was prepared to vote on the extension because that's what we had discussed last month with my colleagues. I wasn't prepared to go into a 4-year contract today, this evening. So I'll be a no, and I am prepared on the extension, or if this is something that we're going to do, if we want to bring it back and discuss the 4-year contract and all that, then I can prepare, I can be briefed, we can further discuss, and then I'll collectively be ready to vote. But I'm going to be a no on the 4-year contract as amended.
Well,
I'll go ahead.
Point of order, because there was a motion that I added, which was not necessarily that we're talking about a 4-year contract.
That one passed already. The negotiating
Right.
one, that passed already.
So we're not we don't have that contract back. So in essence, what we're voting on, at least from my understanding from Councilman Villegas' item, is basically the same thing that we're doing with the town attorney, right? Having somebody from this dais start negotiating a longer-term contract with the manager to come back. I haven't seen any terms. I haven't seen what the last terms that were negotiated were by the mayor and the town attorney. I'm surprised that he's surprised about the money. Those were points that he argued for and advocated for. And yes, there's been increases, but the main proponents who brought this together, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gustesi, were mostly between yourself and the mayor. So, to my point, right, and again, I don't see this being any different. Providing direction to move in a long-term contract and it coming back to us, I don't see any difference. I think it's important to what Councilman Fernandez said, to what the Vice Mayor said, to be consistent, and I want to be consistent with both.
But that's not what we did for the attorneys.
My intention, if this fails, is to make sure that we're consistent with whatever we're doing with the attorneys.
If you want to be consistent, then you have to bring it up in September, because we did not take a vote on extending the attorneys.
But we provided.
No, but I gotta bring it back in September to direct either Councilman Villegas or the Vice Mayor. So I have to bring it back in September for the attorneys. So I'm bringing it back in September.
And what I would like to do is, if this fails, for at least to start moving in that same direction.
Procedurally, the problem with it failing, I mean, I guess, unless, right, like that would kill the item for, in theory, right?
That's why you pull it, man.
Yeah, so that's why, to let you know, the plan is, at least my plan is to go ahead and pull it and just defer the my next move would be to defer, the underlying item on the extension to September and just take them up at the same time. So I'm going to withdraw the item and make a motion to defer 13A to the September regular council meeting.
I'll
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to my items, my new business items. I definitely need waiver rules, just an FYI. So the clerk makes a point of sending the new business items to everybody at 5 o'clock. I was driving that day and I sent it to her at 3 o'clock. So hence why there's a waiver. But I will say this, last meeting I waived the rules for committee members. I've waived the rules every meeting for everybody. And I do it all the time for my colleagues. So I just wanted to bring that up. It says noon, and I was driving, and I even told her, I'm trying to get to you. The moment I stop, I'll send it to you. But just, it wasn't a day, it wasn't 2 days, wasn't 3 days. It was the same day. And you guys, the intent of that rule was for the council to get the new business items that day at 5 o'clock, which you guys did get my new business items that day at 5 o'clock, which gives you guys a week heads up before the public. So the intent, I've always followed the intent if I missed it by an hour, but that's ask the clerk, that's exactly what happened. So
I'll move to waive the rules for 14A.
I'll second it.
14C.
Yeah, all the ones that need.
Well, wait.
14A and
but the new
14C.
business items. Okay.
Right,
Yes.
all the new business items, right?
Then my second stands.
Yep. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing
Aye.
none. Any opposed? Seeing none. The motion passes. Pickleball court at Veterans Park. This was asked by residents. They've asked me many times. The residents that live there. I don't know if it's possible, but I wanted to just direct staff. I think there's one little area there that the grass is not growing well. That I think we can do that in a small fashion. But I just want to see staff just go out there, check it out, see if it's possible. Come back to us, see if there's money, and then there's grant opportunities or whatnot, but I just want to direct staff to go out there, see if it's even possible to put a pickleball court there, which has become the most popular sport in the world right now. I'm
going to second the item, and I'm a little jealous that the resident didn't reach out to me as the resident pickleball expert on the council, just putting it out there. Obviously, I think this is a great idea. If anything, we've seen how much pickleball has grown with the courts that have been placed at Optimus. So I think anything we can help to grow the sport and give the residents somewhere to play is I'm all in favor of.
Yes, Councilwoman Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can support this so long as it is grant funded. I promised this council that I would be a stickler for our priorities, which I believe we deemed were public safety. So I cannot push any funds into any other avenue, but there sometimes are opportunities through sponsorships or through grants, so I don't want to kill it and not look into it at all. I just don't want to spend any of our budget on this item because we did determine that we were going to be concentrating on public safety.
Hey, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Fernandez.
The one wrinkle I would add, Councilwoman Ronald, small park impact fees. We do have some development coming up soon, so if you would be open to that as an additional funding source, because obviously those are restricted and not something we can use for public safety.
Yes, absolutely, council member.
I do have some comments on the item, just because I've heard back from some of the residents in the area, and I'm dating myself. It goes back to the same kind of the same comments when there were some advocating for the basketball courts. People increased traffic in the area. It was a passive park. While I don't have any issue with staff coming back and giving us a report, what I would like, rather than just limit it to Veterans Park, to see if maybe there's opportunities in Royal Oaks Park or any of our other facilities to include a pickleball. So
I'll second that motion.
While I've received a lot of feedback that Veterans Park is not the best location, there might be other locations that might be more suitable, and I'd like to include that as part of staff's recommendations.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're back onto the main motion as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Just want to bring this up because we have a talented staff member, Hemang Kure, who does a great job with the innovation here in our town. I just have seen something that other cities do, which is an innovation sort of report in terms of coming to the council, seeing how we can, on our budgetary process once a year, where we can invest more money on the innovation side. I could tell you, I personally believe he's underutilized in his position. I think the sky's the limit for this is the guy that worked at NASA in Cape Canaveral. He helped build one of the space shuttles. So I just wanted to make a piece of one of the space shuttles. I just want to make a motion just to, he does a great job with our performance measures, just when he's having those conversations with staff on performance measures, just to do like a yearly innovation a report where he can come back to this council and say, look, these are the areas that we can invest to help our residents. So I just want to make a motion to that effect.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have one point of discussion, and it was mostly in relation. Listen, what you just said about Edmond is absolutely true. He was my appointee to the ad hoc committee for the building department, and again, you know, blown away by his skill set, and not to mention that he guided us through our strategic planning retreat. So his capabilities are I believe, something that we're blessed to have here. As long as it doesn't detract from his current workload. And I just wanted to make sure from the town manager and from Edmond that this is something that's within your scope of work and not necessarily something that would detract from your current capabilities. So I've received reassurances. He's nodding okay. So I think I'm putting him on the spot. I have no issues moving forward. What I don't want this to be is just a report that gets shelved. You know, there's a couple times that you set up workshops and there was a lack of participation from us. And that must be devastating to you. So to me, the human component is very important. And I don't want to send you to work on something that's going to be shelved. So it's important for me for us to value that work product and be present and be listening, right? Especially if he creates it for us and takes the time to do that. So I understand your capabilities. I have wholehearted trust in you. I just want to make sure it's something that's within your it's within your capabilities, but not that it'll detract from your current responsibilities, and have no issue supporting it.
Yeah. To your point, Councilman Collazo, yeah, I think one of the things that we need to manage better is ciphering for the items that are going to go on agendas, right? It's like sometimes you'll feel like you have this heavy loaded agenda, and for example, an overview presentation on the innovative approaches of the town of Miami Lakes by Hemang will be like, we have so many other priorities that we're voting, and there's things that are debatable, so like we won't give you our undivided attention. I've seen that, and that's one of the things that I do want to challenge the manager with, is being more selective of what has to go on the agenda and what can wait 1 month, right? Because if you are going to do the work and you are going to give me an overview of all the innovative approaches that the town of Miami Lakes has brought forth, I want to give you my undivided attention, but I don't want to do it when I'm voting on a golf course and I'm voting on an Optimist Park, because you know where my priorities is, and I'm not going to give you all of me. And you deserve for me to, for at least for you to give you all of me and all of the council. We should give you our undivided attention. Yes, I welcome a summary, an overview of a presentation, but I do want to challenge the manager to be more selective of when an item like this would be brought forth to the council, so then we can give you the respect and listen to what you've compiled throughout the past year.
The item calls for it to be May of every year, so.
Yeah, I would not make it May. I would make it depending on how the agenda sits. But I mean, that's just me, because I'm gonna be honest with you. If I have an agenda like I had in June, I'm not going to pay attention to you, and that's not fair to you. And I'm being blunt and straightforward. I'm not going to listen to any presentation.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't marry it to a month. I would marry it to being selective once a year when appropriate, when you have an agenda. Like, look, today let's get in, and we've been here discussing all of this. And if we would have been following parliamentarian procedures, including myself, I would have been speaking only for 3 minutes. So then we continue here discussing, getting our point, saying the things repetitive, and then we're here till 2 in the morning, right? So,
Council member, the alternative could be we prepare a report that we email to each of you. Each of you can digest it at your own pace, and then we can set up one-on-one meetings, or you could ask questions about certain items if that's an alternative, so that it's not something that we present at a council meeting. That's just an idea.
Through the chair to the manager, I really enjoy the workshop format. You know, especially for those types of reports where sometimes we get to dissect information, and the level of detail that Mr. Edmond, provides to us that we can really get into. You know, so I would be open to a workshop, format. But if we're not going to attend, right, that's the issue. So I don't mind the email report. I agree with Councilman Alvarez. We want to be as engaging as possible. But when we set a workshop and nobody shows up from this body, that's disappointing to staff. So I want to make sure that whatever we do, it's something that we're engaged with. I don't mind the report. I read the reports. I'll be happy to entertain a workshop, whatever format we as a body feel best with. But I just want to make sure it's something that we're present for.
Got it. That's fine. I'll meet with him one-on-one on those when we get those reports. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
So the direction is to prepare a written report emailed to the council.
You have flexibility there. So you heard the comments from the council. I'm tabling my items till next month. I'm working on a major intergovernmental meeting for next week that I'm going to invite the whole council to, but there's some things I'm working on that I'll let you guys in next week. Joseph's going to call you guys to let you know. Mr. Major Ruiz.
We'll be having specific details in the key targeted areas during the next couple of months. Last Tuesday between 5 and 8 p.m. on August 6th, we had our National Night Out at Veterans Park. We had our NRU officers, along with me, Lieutenant Gonzalez, and Sergeant Soto, meet and greet with many of the patrons of the park. Most of them were kids. We're showing off our police cars, kids trying the siren and making loud noises. Members of the community also came up and asked us a bunch of questions. Some were interested in a career in law enforcement, so we had a great time talking to a lot of the members of the community that night. And coming up, we're preparing for our school starting up next week. Looking at our traffic plan, we expect a hectic couple of initial days. Luckily, the way the school year is starting this year is it's starting on a Wednesday. So we got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We plan to train, teach, and educate the parents to quickly and efficiently, show up at the appropriate time to drop off their children and at the appropriate time to pick them up, and try and have as minimal impact on traffic as possible. Like I said, we expect a couple of hectic days, but within a week we should have everything a little bit more normalized.
Through the mayor.
Open it up to
Yeah,
questions.
I just wanted to stop on that last point. I had emailed you guys or texted you guys a while back about 89th Avenue and Bob Graham, and if there was any way that you guys could meet with staff at the school to discuss the flow of traffic. I'm sorry, 79.
Yeah,
not
we have
89,
been,
79.
the major's been engaging with the school board police, the school administration, our town staff, so.
Okay, so.
Yeah, for months now, we've been
Good.
engaged with them.
All right, good.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, last week we met specifically with the school principal and discussed options as well. We discussed the fact that there may be some curbing added to 79th Avenue in the future, and they need to really take that into account in future traffic plans and future construction of issues around the school.
Was there any significant change to the dismissal or traffic pattern?
Well, in one particular case, I know that dropping off students, they did adjust so that you can drop off your kids in anyone. Because if you drop off your 5th and 6th grader in this entrance, but then you got to drop off your 3rd grader there.
And the other one.
Now you can just drop them off in each and every one.
Okay.
They also talked about the plan that they met with students, came by and with parents and did a
school event yesterday on Monday. They were going to address the parents and let them know about all these drop-off procedures. They are going to have more aftercare or after school programs coming back online that they didn't have last year. So that kind of takes a little bit more of the kids that are, you know, lining up to get picked up as well after school. Now they can do dance, they can do cheer, they can do some sports, and that allows for more of a breakup in the people, you know, picking them up. So there are things that they're planning as best as possible.
Excellent.
You know, meeting with the principal, I can tell you they understand that it's an issue. They understand that there are problems, and they're trying to do the best that they can with the resources that they can as well.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you taking the time to do that. And I know you were here in the beginning of the meeting during public comments when we heard from a resident representing residents in West Lakes area. What can you tell us about any increase or uptick or what's going on out there in West Lakes?
Yeah, in West Lakes, I think in his particular scenario, you know, unfortunately, his vehicle has been hit a couple of times. So one of my plans of action is to go back and check and see in his particular scenario what's been going on with his cases and see if there's anything investigative that we can do in regards to that. In regards to vehicle burglaries overall in the town and even in the West Lakes area, we still continue to see an overall downward trend. Back around 2018, we had 268 vehicle burglaries for that year, and last year we had 132. So we're doing well overall over the past several years. We did see we are seeing a bit of an uptick this year compared to last year. We're seeing last year, year to date, we had about 66, and now we're at about 88. So we're seeing an upward tick, and I'm working with the town manager in order to produce a plan in order to combat vehicle burglaries over the next couple of months, utilizing some of our overtime funds, and utilizing our undercover personnel to conduct sweeps and checks.
Okay. And last point, one of the last meetings we voted on the mayor's item for 2 additional officers. Do you have any idea how long that is going to take?
Well, I think the motion was not a specific thing as to for more money or to come up with a plan, but not specifically to hire.
Okay, so how long is the plan going to take?
We're going to have it ready for the budget workshop, right? Because that's what the decision point is going to be during the budget process. So we're going to have the plan that the major and his team is putting together in conjunction with our staff. We're going to have that ready for you for the budget workshop.
To add the 2 new officers.
Well, to combat.
But does it include, I think what the Vice Mayor is asking, does your plan include hiring new officers? What you're working on right now?
We haven't gotten to that determination yet. That was not the motion that was passed here. We're trying to, the subject matter expert, our police department, is identifying what the issues are. They're trying to work to see what are the issues, how can we combat them, what's the best use of the money, and that was the direction that we got from the last time that this was discussed here on the dais.
I was under the impression that the direction was to hire 2 new officers.
Councilmember Ruano modified it.
If I remember correctly, it was to allocate those funds to public safety, but not specifically until the major was able to let us know whether overtime was a better use of.
It was your item. Your item said 2 new officers.
I think there was enough. I think the reason
Right,
the
but
2
it
officers
was amended.
came up was because the last time we added officers to our force was when Satori got built. So the thought process is 6600 Main, the golf course, Senior Village, Lucida. Those 2 of them have come online, and we haven't added more officers to the force. So I think if we can add, the ideal would have been.
And we discussed, and I remember we discussed whether we should do it via overtime or adding officers.
100%.
And the discussion was that overtime doesn't work because then you still have to fill that position with bodies that may not want to work that time.
Or people that call out.
And
I think, if I recall correctly, what we ended up voting on was to make public safety our priority. But I don't think we hit any, or we decided on any particular deal.
And And since then, just a point of clarification, the town manager has tasked me and my staff to look at several aspects in order to see, whether I need bodies, whether I need overtime funds, whether I need equipment or things of that nature. We've been looking at response times. We've been looking at calls per service. We've been looking at crime rates.
Technology.
Technology as well. So we're looking at different aspects in order to see whether or not we do require additional staff. I mean, based on these discussions, my recommendation is more to utilize the current funds or any additional funds more towards overtime in order to establish some crime details and traffic details. These are the two main complaints that we get from our constituents and from our citizens.
But I guess going back to that point, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Don't you think, and just because I hear this issue with friends of mine who are officers, that the officers, when they get called for overtime, they look at their phone, they know they're being called in for overtime, and on their day off, they choose not to come in. Is that a concern that you believe you're going to have?
No, not particularly. And to be quite frank, there is, when you look at the invoice, to explain it a little bit better, and you look at, like, my officers have probably made double the overtime that we actually bill the town. And what I mean by that is a lot of them work outside details in overtime. A lot of them would actually prefer to work the overtime here as compared to out there. Obviously, that outside doesn't get billed to the town. We make sure we look at the invoice to confirm that. So that's number one. Obviously, a lot of officers don't like to stay past their shift, just like everybody here wants to go home at the end of their shift. But we usually look at a voluntary basis who wants to stay over, and if they can't stay over, then obviously we then mandate at that point. Our shift extension, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we don't average, in terms of shift extension, callback, and manpower shortage, we really don't expend as much overtime. It's actually, all three of those, along with our court overtime, counts towards about a quarter of our overtime budget. A lot of the other issues are the traffic details, the school details, all the other things that come up.
Vice Mayor, and Major, correct me if I'm wrong. It's similar to what the experience that we had in the fire service is. There's different types of overtime, right? So the guys that are on duty, they're scheduled to get off at whatever, 3 o'clock, let's say, and now they're short on the next shift. That is the kind of overtime that is just, that's not pleasurable for them, right? That's the kind that bothers them. When they're off and they call them last second, hey, come in right now, we're short. Those kind of overtimes are difficult to fill. The overtime that is pre-scheduled, like a strike team that he may develop to go for a certain day, hey, it's going to be next Wednesday, where people have the ability to plan ahead. Those are easy to fill.
So it's not like a filler overtime, it's a scheduled.
Right. Those
almost like a detail.
Those are much easier to fill, and guys are looking forward to that. They work around it, they plan for it, and those slots are usually easier to fill, similar to the experience that we had in the fire department.
This question got presented to me when I first got here 5 years ago as well, and they said, if we give you 2 bodies, and this was actually an interview question.
I think it was me or somebody else. I always questioned, wouldn't we be able to be served with more bodies? And you consistently, and even your predecessor said no. That you needed the flexibility, and that's why I think somebody mentioned subject matter expert. I don't know if it was the manager. That's why I'm looking forward to the plan and not locking you into 1, 2, 3 officers. Who knows best to address an issue than you, who has to look at the eye of that resident and say, why is my truck being broken into 3 times over the last 5 years? So, I don't want you locked in. I want you to tell us what you need. I think there's a willingness. I think I agree with what Councilman Fernandez said. We want to make public safety a priority. We have an opportunity to address that. Whether it's one-off, it's a hybrid model, with options, whatever you come back with, you're the person best poised to tell us what we need for public safety.
Yeah, I'll leave it with this. When I looked at it, if I look at the schedule and I notice that we have to hire for overtime every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday between the hours of 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., then give me an extra body. But if I have to hire for overtime, midnight shift on Wednesday, afternoon shift on Thursday, Saturday at this time, Sunday at this time, and it's all over the place, then what's really needed more is overtime funds. And you know, we've been in talks over this past several weeks in order to best figure out how to distribute those funds. And
My concern when the mayor brought it forward was, and I believe he was talking about his personal experience when he has to deal with residents, and there not being enough coverage to address a situation within the town, right? So if there's not enough coverage on like you just said, I don't have enough coverage on weekends, then, you know, I need to make sure that there's somebody there more often or more consistently, then I would completely see that being as a valid result. So I'm looking forward to see whatever you...
I'll give me 10 additional bodies if you know, sorry.
Should,
I'm just kidding, but-
should we pass a resolution requiring like a minimum required staffing for the different shifts? You think, should we go down that route or just flexibility?
So, yeah, just to clarify, we do have a minimum staffing amount. We do have, for example, we don't have much of an issue regarding minimum staffing during day shift because we have our NRU officers that can help cover, you know, what's going on. On afternoons, we normally have our 2 neighborhood traffic guys that are traffic units that can also assist with certain calls holding. Saturdays and Sundays are some of our hard areas to hit, and on midnights it's hard to hit. But we do have minimum staffing. If 3 officers call in sick, we're going to look at afternoons and go, you guys have to hold over. We mandate them holding over. So I just want to clarify that in those terms we do have mandates in place should that occur. And then what we also do is look at morning shift, call them and say, hey, can some of you come in early to relieve the guys that are holding over? If God forbid, a catastrophe happens, plane goes down or something, we're going to hold people over, and not only we're going to do that, we're going to call Northwest District and say, we need assistance in answering calls, and they'll come in and help. So the town is always going to have somebody watching over it from MDPD.
So I know that the fire service was brought up, but I know Hialeah, for example, the way that they man their ladder trucks is different from the city of Miami. You guys have a minimum staffing standard that's higher than the city of Hialeah, but they still get the job done. So what I want to make sure is that, look, ultimately you answer to the manager, you don't answer to us, unfortunately. And what's your take? Because look, you're going to work with the major, but you're going to give him that direction. Do you prefer more officers, or do you prefer the overtime stuff? And I know while the major does a great job, he ultimately answers to you. So I would love to just hear what your thought process is, because understanding the fire service and seeing how different cities look at City of Miami, where you came from. I mean, you guys were top heavy, a lot of folks, and Hialeah was driving around with a lot less folks than
Yeah, I wouldn't call the City of Miami Fire Department top heavy. They're one of the busiest fire departments in the country. They go on more calls for service per day than almost anybody here in South Florida, for sure, and more than any in the state.
I don't mean top heavy in the sense of staff. I'm saying in terms of the amount of men that ride on one ladder truck,
right,
or one, which is more than a lot of other cities.
Right,
So
and then what they do in order to accomplish a mission, right? A ladder truck, that's part of the lack of understanding of what the ladder truck's function is you just say, hey, some places have one guy on the ladder truck. They just get the truck there, but the truck doesn't accomplish anything. It's the people that accomplish the mission. So when you have only 2 guys on a ladder truck, they cannot accomplish anything by themselves. They have to take people from another unit and put them on there, or put 2 ladder trucks together, and it's a false sense of security.
That's great. That's great that you enlighten us, because I think my issue is our midnight shifts and our afternoon shifts. So I don't want to give that false sense of security to our residents when we might have some nights 3 or 4 people for $33,000. And my major concern, to be very honest with you, is our nightlife is starting up again, right? When I first got elected, there was nothing happening in Miami Lakes after 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Today, this place is bumping between Chelas, La Strega, Corner 6-7, the Garrison. So it's coming back to life. The Café La Vitrola is going to open up. So those are Ale House.
Right.
That's
and back to the question that you posed to me. My direction to him is, he's the expert, not me, not you, not anybody up here. The major, we pay him and his staff to be the experts in public safety, right? So it goes back to the basics of a very simple problem-solving model. Number one is identify the problem, whether there's a problem, and then identify the problem, and then develop the alternatives to solve that problem. You can't pinpoint from the outside and say, oh, this is what the answer is. None of us know. He knows. Him and his staff knows what the answers are. And that's all we're asking, is to allow the experts to identify the problem, come up with alternative ways. If there's more than one way to skin the cat, come up and say, look, this is the problem, this is how we propose to address it, this is our plan B. If that's not working, that's the problem-solving model. And I think that the major is set to do that, and we'll be ready for when the budget process moves forward to have those alternatives for you to address whether there's a problem and what the solutions may be.
So for me, it's not a problem, it's an opportunity, right? So when you see all these things happening in our town, they're opportunities. So I just want to make sure that my perspective is it's an opportunity to keep improving, because I see that coming, right? It's the foresight that I see on Café Vitrola's opening. There's nothing on the west side of town that's open late, and now Café Vitrola is going to open up. So those are places now our town. Well, so I just want to put that on. There's no problem per se, but that's an opportunity. So
no, but and to piggyback on what you're saying too, is like forecasting, right? Like 170th. Are we going to be ready for that? Are we going to be ready for? So right, it's like making these forecasts of what's to come, and how can we continue to keep, and right, we all agree on this. One thing we all agree on is public safety is our top priority. So like forecasting 170th, what's going to come over? Are we going to be at risk of felons and some of these other robberies and larceny and things that we're seeing, because people now just have an easy way to get in and now another alternative to get out, right? And we know that there's no police substation there yet from Hialeah, because they're operating out of Sector 5. We know that they just have a fire station there on the portables, right? So it's forecasting that, the increase in volume of residents, like Mayor said, on 6601, the demo that's coming in the golf course within the next 2 years, right? Now people coming to this ER, not only from Miami Lakes when that gets built, but from all other parts of neighboring communities, right? So it's thinking about that and continuing that same level of quality of life that we have here in Miami Lakes, where public safety and security are obviously the number one priority to all of us here. So it's just, to me, it's just like looking at what's the now, but also forecasting to be ready for the future.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, to the major, I think that one of the reasons why we think about more bodies is because our residents aren't feeling the police presence. They just don't see it. There's something about one of you driving by in your car that just makes us feel safe. Whether it makes us safe or not, it makes us feel safe. So that is what the residents are not seeing. So with that respect, I do agree with the mayor saying, do we need more bodies? Do we need more cars? A lot of the nightlife that is happening in the town is not necessarily bringing the crime. The crime is already here. These little gangs come in at night. They are scattered all over our communities. They are opening car doors. And it's not just exclusive to Miami Lakes. It's happening all over the county. I have friends that live in all different municipalities. It's happening everywhere. So I think that that's part of the reasoning why we would like you to think about that, right? Can there be more police presence? Would there be more vehicles driving around? I know that sometimes the residents will call and say, there's a cop car, but it's parked here, and it's been parked here for 4 hours, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I drove by at midnight, and the cop was parked there, and he's still parked there. They don't understand the paperwork that has to be done, the level of things that you have to do that sometimes, like you've told me many times, instead of coming back to the station and staying here, you'd rather have a cop car out there and have the presence out there and have someone, working out of there, but the residents don't feel safe. So aside from, what works and what doesn't work, it's also that sense of security that we want to bring back into the community that perhaps might be better visualized through more officers or more cars on the street.
Especially at night.
And
correct, especially at night.
And I'll tell you that I'm very thankful that we've gone through this exercise, that you guys have presented that to us, and I totally understand it. And it's very easy for me right here, right now, to say, yeah, give me 4 more bodies, and we're done, But of course, I have to look at our resources, and we've engaged in this exercise where I look at calls for service. In 2017, 2018, we had 17,000, and Last year we had less than 13,000. So it's hard for me to justify. Our response times have stayed consistent over the past 5 years. Our crime has actually gone down, spiked a little bit. The previous year went back down. So, you know, because you had COVID that kind of helped us out, and then you had post-COVID that, you know, raised it up a little bit. But that year is still lower than all the previous years. Looking at calls holding, when it's holding because nobody, you know, there's somebody handling another call, that number has remained consistent over the past 5 years. So we've engaged in this. We've also looked at it, you know, the mayor will recall that when I first got here, we took one officer position and reclassified it to a sergeant position because we had, just like you mentioned, we had Friday nights and Saturday nights without a sergeant on duty. You know, now we got one on duty and there. We used to have a motors unit, and everybody loves motors and they think they're great. But when it rains, they can't do anything. And they can respond to assist another officer, but they can't write reports because they don't have a laptop, a computer, they don't have this, they don't have that. So I took the motors units and converted them to traffic units, and now they drive around, they write tickets, they can help on a traffic crash if they need to. So these are things that we're constantly evaluating, looking at. Engaging in this exercise was very helpful these past couple of days, especially sitting down with the town manager. So, you know, I want you to know that we're doing the best that we can. We can't be everywhere. If it was up to me, I'd have one on every corner, but you guys will refuse to pay for it, wisely so. So, thank you.
Thank you, Major.
Monthly infrastructure report. Welcome back to our Public Works Director, Carlos Acosta. Thank you for your service to our country, sir.
Mayor, council members, thank you.
Where were you, by the way?
I was in island called Timor-Leste, somewhere in the Pacific. Long way to get there, long way to get back. But I wish. There was one day we went to the beach, so we did have fun after all. So
welcome back and thank you for your service.
Thanks, Mayor. The capital improvement projects on the roadway projects, the Save Routes to School project, we're at 100% plan, so we're moving pretty good on that. And once we get those completed, we'll go out for bid. This project is funded for construction next fiscal year. The last project there, the Park West pedestrian and bicycle improvement project, we got the RFPs back for design in July. The committee met, and now we're waiting for FDOT to give us concurrence on the ranking in order to proceed with the negotiations. But that project is moving on schedule pretty well. On the stormwater projects, I mean, if you've been through 159th Terrace Drainage Improvement Project is wrapping up, and now we're, you know, on the one in just north on 166th Street started this week. The good thing is that the major work on 79th Avenue and 166, especially on 79th Avenue, the major work was done, so in anticipation of the school starting pretty soon there. So that worked out pretty well. The Commerce Way Drainage Improvement Project, we got the DERM permit last few days, and the consultant is working on the 100% plans on that, so we'll go out for bid pretty soon on that project. There's, on the second page, there's a lot of projects there. They're in different stages of design for drainage. Somewhere towards the middle, you have West Lakes Garden, Alameda North, West Lakes. We are receiving those bids for construction this month, and we'll evaluate the bids, and pending any issues, we should be coming back to September for construction award. And then some of the other projects there for under the ARPA, they're just in different stages of design, 60, 90%. And on the third page, the facilities projects, the backup generator, Roberto Alonso, we had the solicitation now for the design services, and right now we're in the process of negotiating with the consultant the detailed scope and fee for that. Roadway maintenance, we're doing pretty good. We got a couple of work orders out there for sidewalk repairs, and with the work orders that are out, we have spent or committed all the money for sidewalks for this year. I know we continue to get complaints here and there, but you know, unless there's any funds, we will have to tackle those in the new fiscal year. Street signs, the same thing. There's no additional funds for that. And on the roadway work, we got some work going on near the Miami Lakes K8 in the parking lot there. We've had issues a lot with that drainage system that keeps caving. It was just the pipe underneath was caving, so that's why all those pavers keep sinking. So we're replacing that, pretty new. But subject to any questions.
Yes, through the mayor. The last one at the K through 8. Please tell me you're gonna have that done by the time school starts, because that would be an absolute disaster. Because that is the only parking that parents have in the morning to drop off their kids at the K through 8 there. So it's really, really important. I was wondering why it started so late in the summer. When I saw it, I reached out to the manager. It is imperative that is done before the 17th.
I understand, Vice Mayor, and we try to get a lot of these contractors were tied up with other work, and as we were trying to get the schedule of the work order, that was the quickest that we could get it done. But they're proceeding pretty quick. I mean, hopefully all the excavation can be done and all that, and then the minor work is just restoration and things like that. And our plan is to at least get it to a point where people can park and at least drop their kids and so forth while
So
the
I'll
final
tell
restoration
you,
is done.
and Councilman Gray also drops his kids off there as well. There was a lot of times where there was maybe a little sunken in pavement, and that whole parking spot was blocked. And then there was a point last year in the school where we had, of the 9 parking spots, 4 of them were blocked off. And I can't tell you what a disaster that causes in the morning. Our officers see it. It's just an absolute mess. So again, anything that you can do to make sure that is done before the 17th would be greatly appreciated by the residents and the parents who drop off there. So thank you. And they're all gonna look at us. Now, what are you guys doing starting this project a week before school? And I'm like, I didn't even know when it was gonna start. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Acosta. We look forward to more groundbreakings. We're on to the Optimist Park. Jeremy? Director Badron?
Mr. Mayor, after the attorney's report, I'd just like to request a moment of personal privilege prior to the meeting adjourning.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. As far as some of the infrastructure and report on Miami Lakes Optimist, the T-ball fields under the Scotts grant and MLB grant was completed. We are looking at this Friday unveiling the fields and holding a clinic and tied with MLB, Play Ball, and the Scotts Foundation. We just got word today, and I sent it not too long ago to the manager, but essentially we have confirmed that Hanley Ramirez will be in attendance as a former Marlins player, so he'll be here on Friday for the opening of those T-ball fields. With that, we'll have a clinic held by Play Ball. We'll have an exhibition game, and then also any kids that are on site working with the club. It looks like they'll be running concessions. It'll be an event for that evening on Friday. With regard to the tennis court lighting, we have gone back and forth. The school board is still reviewing and just confirming all the dimensions, confirming all of the design aspects to get this project moving. So we're hoping to have a turnaround from the school board in the next few weeks with the intent to have that project completed sometime over either Thanksgiving and or winter break. Other than that, summer closures are coming to an end. The fields are looking great at Optimist. We've already started our punch list and walkthrough with the clubs to get ready for the opening day ceremonies and getting ready for just the start of another season. With that, I'll answer any questions or any other comments on Optimist Park.
No, Jeremy, I go out there almost every day to go pick up and drop off my kid to the program. Those fields look amazing. If there's any question that you and your team know how to execute a job in a short amount of time and really make it look like a professional product, they look like baby MLB fields. Some of the kids go out there, and I'm going to share this with you, and I know we've been on the field and you've seen it yourself. They just stare at the fields. They're like, wow, we get to play on. So I'm dying for the moment for the park closed sign to come down and those kids actually get to enjoy those fields. So great job, great job by our grants department. And you guys taking an obscure grant that maybe wasn't on the radar a few years ago and really turning around that section of the park. I commend you and your team. And now we have a groundbreaking with MLB and Hanley Ramirez and the Marlins. So thank you so much for your hard work and dedication.
And to that point, you did that with $50,000. I am extremely excited to see what you can do once we give you the green light on an entire park. So thank you for that, Councilman. Thank you, Councilman. If they let me, I will.
Maybe the MLB will help subsidize our redevelopment.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Jeremy, question for you. I know you had some P3 proposals for Optimus Park. Did that finally anything happen with that?
So as of this point, the conversations with the original P3s for Optimus, there has been no submittals on the end of the entities. We also did pass the P3 ordinance after the fact. So I'll go ahead and I'll talk with procurement and make sure that we reach back out and make sure there's nothing left on our ends. But to this point, there hasn't been any new projects presented or anything brought to our attention with the previous providers.
Okay, thank you. Attorney's report.
I really have nothing new to report from last month.
Thank you. Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have not announced this publicly at any of the meetings, but I felt that it was appropriate with a member of the media here. Nationally, I do want to bring attention to the 988 number. And it's a nationwide toll-free suicide hotline number. So just like you dial 911 in case of an emergency, in case of a mental health emergency, 988 is a number that can save lives now. That was just rolled out last month. I know many of us were at Frankie's unveiling, and that's something that his father wanted me to share with everybody, and I felt it was appropriate, especially considering that there's members of the media here, and something that I feel we should be promoting townwide. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Collazo, question for you on that end. Frank Walsh, Frankie's dad, called me. I know he had asked, I don't know, do you remember on the plaque, was it that number or the old number? Because I know he saw me the other day and he was asking about the plaque, if we can improve it, if we can.
The old number for the suicide hotline is on the plaque. He has asked for our staff to revisit. I know that Jeremy has been in contact with Mario Pinera with regards to cleaning the plaque on a monthly basis. I think he also wants maybe the plaque to be repositioned. So if there's ever an opportunity, I think we've committed to that family to make suicide awareness a priority, and I think there might be an opportunity maybe to revisit that plaque. I know that's something that Mario has been discussing and looking for sponsorships for.
Got it. Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Miami Lakers, have a good night. Just remember, school starts next week, so traffic will be a little hectic there for about 5-10 days. We wish you guys a good night. Our police major's on it. He'll be on the streets. This meeting is officially adjourned.